advised. If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe, like, and share. Hello everyone and welcome back to another live stream with me, Grizzly. This is Grizzly True Crime, and today we're going to be watching day 8 of the Chandler Halderson trial together. Ooh, it's going to be all his Google searches and YouTube searches and his emails and things like that, which I know for many of us, it's kind of one of those favorite days, you know. Let's get into what he was doing. If you know nothing about this case, then thanks for checking this out, firstly. On day 8, welcome to you. I hope that you will expand the description box and find the link to the playlist so you can catch up on all the other days. They're all time-stamped and defluffed for you. What that means is in the pinned comment, okay, the comment on top, you can find all the timestamps for each day and each witness and just easily navigate through that. You can also find it in the description box or just hover over the video, and that goes for 99% of all live streams and videos on my channel, right? So please like and share so others can also know we are live right now on a Saturday. Yes, we are blazed up. We're in court on a Saturday, everyone. If you're watching live with me. Also, sorry for being 2 minutes late for the live stream viewers here with me. I was just, you know, I was faffing, okay? I was getting ready. I was trying to look nice for you, all right? And then I looked at the time and I'm like, oh my word. Okay, so are we ready for day 8? I think we are. Okay, here we go. Here, let's bring it up like this. Quick little rundown. 23-year-old Chandler Halderson shot and dismembered his parents. He shot them on July 1st of 2021. And this trial started in January of 2022. So that's amazing how this trial started within 6 months. They did amazing work to see what this prosecution team did in such a short amount of time, and all the experts that we've seen. It's just amazing, right? My goodness. So yeah, he was arrested on July 8th of 2021. We've already watched the full police interrogation. And then after the trial is done, I have literally 2 terabytes. That's a lot, okay? That's a lot of files from a FOIA request. So I'm going to go through that. And then, of course, we'll watch Kat Melinda's police interviews together. And hopefully I can make some videos showing you photos. And I'll put some things on Patreon and all of that, okay? So we'll have a lot to work through as well. Kathy T says, thank you for trial watching on a Saturday. I'm ready. I'm ready. Are you ready? Thank you so much, Kathy T. I really appreciate it. All right, so just a quick note as well. I have sped up parts where at the end, you know when they show all those like cell phone network ranges, like all the little graphs? I've sped that up quite a bit because it was incredibly slow. I think you guys would fall asleep a little bit. So I've sped it up there for us so that we can just watch exactly what happened and at what time without, you know, getting bored at all. Choo-choo, welcome. All right, so let's get it started. By the way, this is the state's final witnesses on this day. The very next morning in real time back then in January of 2022, they actually rested. So I've put that clip at the end of today so that you could see these were their final witnesses. The state rested, the defense rested. Yeah, they don't have a defense. They don't have one. It's too much evidence, okay? So tomorrow we're going to watch closing arguments, the verdict, and the sentencing. So I hope you're ready for tomorrow as well. You've got a busy weekend, okay?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before we begin, I will ask you whether anyone participated in or overheard conversations regarding the case or took steps to research any information or were purposely or inadvertently exposed to any information about the case. I see no hands. Thank you very much. We'll begin today continuing the state's presentation of evidence. If you would call your witness, please.
Yes, the state calls Detective Blanke.
Detective, if you're able to safely and responsibly testify without a mask, that would be our preference. Thank you very much. If you'll stand, my clerk will administer the oath.
Good morning. Could you please just state your name for the record?
Timothy Blanke.
And you've testified previously in this trial.
Yes.
During the course of this investigation, you were one of the detectives in charge of warrants and subpoenas for documents and business records.
Yes.
And did you, during the course of the investigation, in fact, write a search warrant or subpoena for TDS?
Yes.
And why did you write a warrant or subpoena for TDS?
In reviewing records from Google, We noted a consistent trend of IP addresses being used to log into various Google accounts.
And what is an IP address?
An IP address
Uncle Google's gonna get you. If you guys watched the Lori Shaver trial with me, when they ask here in this trial, what's an IP address? Oh, it just reminds me of that trial and that defense attorney. When they proved that Lori Shaver was using her husband's phone from the same IP address, and the defense attorney was just adamant, asking everyone, are you an IT specialist? How do you know it's the same IP address? They're like, we literally know. So if you missed that trial, you got to check that out as well sometime. That one was quite something as well. All right, let's keep going. Wait.
address is an internet protocol address. It's essentially a series of numbers, or in some cases letters and numbers, that identify either a specific network or a specific device used to connect to other devices or networks on the internet.
And generally speaking, assuming that a home only has one internet account, would the activity that went through that home's Wi-Fi have the same IP address?
Yes.
So if you were at 4595 Oak Springs Drive, you would, and you use their Wi-Fi, you would have the TDS account that that home paid for. That
Yes.
internet account.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as 483 and 484. Could you please identify 483 and 484?
43 is a certification of business records from TDS. And 484 is the records themselves.
Okay. And do they give you the IP address for the 4595 Oak Springs Circle address in Windsor, Wisconsin?
Yes.
And what is that IP address?
69.130.255.56.
And that's the account that Bart Halderson paid for. That was his internet user, or his internet company was TDS.
Yes.
At this time, I would move 483 and 484 into evidence.
No objection.
They are received. Counsel, at what point would you like me to read the stipulation regarding the business records?
After this witness.
Sure. Okay, very good.
And has already been explained to the jury, there was a bunch of email accounts in this case that became relevant or of interest.
Yes.
And those included Aaron Hoover at gmail.com, Alyssa Brandt 64 at gmail.com, as well as Chandler Halderson at gmail.com, Spieth Daniel at gmail.com, and Chaminja at gmail.com.
Oh, Chandler made up so many email addresses to keep up that facade that he was actually still going to college and that he was actually working. Yeah, for over a year, he fooled his mom and his dad and his brother and everybody, all his friends, that he had a job at American Insurance, that he was still attending college, that he was a diver for the Madison Police Department, and that he got a job at SpaceX. Okay, so I guess when he said he got a job at SpaceX, that would have been the biggest red flag of like, what is this guy lying about everything? Yep. I think no one could imagine at the time that he was lying about everything, but he really was. Okay, now that I've paused and I'm talking, I just wanted to thank all of you also for spoiling the mods on Buy Me a Coffee. They've got their own link and I've got my own link as well. I'll share it in chat now, or maybe one of the mods can. Thank you so much. Please know if you don't get your personal thank you message, it's my fault because I'm responsible, okay, for replying to everyone. And, you know, I don't like admin, but I like thanking people and I will get to it, okay? So thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Yes.
Okay. And did you write warrants for those various accounts?
Yes, I did.
How would you describe these various documents as a group?
These are all Google records for various Gmail accounts.
Okay, and let's go through them one by one. 451, what is Exhibit 451?
451 appears to be the certificate of authenticity from Google Incorporated for Chandler Halderson at gmail.com, as well as chninjalderson at gmail.com.
So not that uncommon. People often have more than one email.
Correct.
Okay. And they both have part of his name in that. Does this appear to be a true and accurate copy of what you received from Google?
Yes.
I would move Exhibit 451 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
452, how would you describe 452 to the jury?
452 is also a certificate of authenticity for Chandler Halderson at gmail.com, as well as a chninjalderson at gmail.com.
Okay, true and accurate copy?
Yes.
I would move exhibit 452 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
And the dates are just different on those, a different date range of emails, records.
Correct.
Okay. Exhibit 450, how would you identify exhibit 450?
450 is also a certificate of authenticity for Chandler Halderson at gmail.com, also from Google.
Again, different dates than the other two. I would move exhibit 450 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
482, how would you describe document 482?
482 is a certificate of authenticity for Aaron.Hoover, MATC at gmail.com, Alyssa Brandt, 64 at gmail.com, Spieth Daniel at gmail.com, and Jockstrap Cowboy 625 at gmail.com.
Jockstrap Cowboy. Is that so? He comes up with some names, eh? Okay, Chazzle Dazzle, Jockstrap Cowboy. Maybe they should let the inmates there know where he is now, that was a name he made up.
I would move 482 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
How would you describe 480?
480 is Google subscriber information for Alyssa Brandt 64 at gmail.com.
And that has information such as when the account was created, the IP address, and other such information.
Yes.
I would move 480 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
How would you describe document 481?
481 is the subscriber information for Spieth Daniel at gmail.com.
And again, has all that information such as creation date, backup phone, etc.
Yes.
I would move 481 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
And finally, 479. How would you describe document 479?
479 is the Google subscriber information for Aaron.Hoover, MATC at gmail.com.
All right, and I would move 479 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
And I would also move 453, which is just a USB of the records
No.
already in evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
Now, a lot of this is somewhat technical information, not particularly user-friendly to people that aren't technologically inclined like myself. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, so we put together this chart, Exhibit 565. How would you describe Exhibit 565?
565 is a listing of the email accounts we've discussed, along with their dates of creation, the IP address of creation, the subscriber for each IP address, as well as the recovery phone number for the accounts, and the date of birth for the accounts.
Okay. At this time, I would move, and you checked this information and made sure it was the same information in all of these documents.
Yes.
Okay, I would move 565 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
All right, and here's just a copy of 565. I would ask to publish.
You may publish.
So while the OMO is warming up, Detective, there's some known information also on this chart, Exhibit 565, towards the bottom. And one of those is the IP address of 4595 Oak Spring Circle.
Yes.
Okay, and that's the IP address starting with 69.
Yes.
And then we also have Chandler Halderson's birthday, and what is that date?
March 15th of 1998.
And that was gathered from a driver's license and also from the interview of Mr. Halderson.
Yes.
And we also have Chandler Halderson's phone number, which was 920-838-4549.
Yes.
And that was confirmed via phone records from the company.
Yes.
All right, so that chart, it might be a little hard to read, and that's why I gave you a copy, Detective. Aaron Hoover, MATC at gmail.com. What was the IP creation address?
69.130.255.56.
By the way, we have 3 hours and 37 minutes of trial footage for today after, defluffing everything. So we are 9 minutes in. Welcome, everyone. I know it's a Saturday. This could be early for some people, okay? Welcome, good morning, whatever time it is for you. Here we go.
Again, that is the IP address associated with the Oak Scenic Springs Circle.
Yes.
And was a recovery phone number used in setting up that account?
No.
And a recovery phone number, again, is a phone number that you can put in when you create an email address in case you ever forget your password.
Correct.
Okay. And what was the date of birth of that is listed under that account?
February 11th of 1988.
Let's move to alyssabrant64@gmail.com. What is the IP address of creation?
August 18th of 2020.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's the date of creation. What is the IP address?
69.130.255.56.
Let me have a disclaimer in here for YouTube, okay? This is not information, that's private. It's perfectly public information in a public courtroom at a trial that happened in January of 2022. These are also made-up email addresses that a double homicide guy who killed his parents and dismembered them created, okay? Some are also his dad's emails, the dad that he murdered. All right, so there's nothing being shared here that anyone needs to worry about. It's public information. Okay, thank you. We're 10 minutes in.
So again, the Bart Halderson internet account.
Yes.
So that email was created connected to that Wi-Fi.
Yes.
And what, if any, recovery phone number was listed?
There is none.
And what date of birth was listed?
March 15th of 1998.
Chandler Halderson's birthday.
Yes.
All right, what about chandlerhalderson@gmail.com? What was the date of creation?
January 20th of 2020.
And what was the IP address of creation?
69.130.255.56.
Again, the Halderson address is Wi-Fi.
Yes.
And what was the recovery phone number for the Chandler Halderson Gmail?
920-838-4549.
And the date of birth listed.
March 15th of 1998.
And speakdaniel@gmail.com. What was the date of creation?
August 5th, 2020.
And what was the IP address of creation?
68.113.249.195.
So that one is on a different Wi-Fi account.
Yes.
Okay. What is the recovery phone number for speakdaniel@gmail.com?
920-838-4549.
So Chandler Halderson's phone number is the phone number for the recovery.
Yes.
And what is the date of birth listed for speakdaniel@gmail.com?
March 15th of 1998.
Chandler Halderson's birthday?
Yes.
So detective, during the
He thought he was so smart, making multiple accounts. But there's always similarities. Like he's like, same date of birth, okay? The recovery phone number, yeah, same. I mean, come on, Chazzy boy. That was not smart.
course of this investigation, did you also download some phones?
Yes.
How do you download a phone?
The phone needs to be connected to a computer running appropriate forensic software and then perform a data acquisition from the device.
I'm sorry, I missed what you said.
The phone needs to be connected to a computer running forensic software, and then you're able to acquire data from a device.
And do you always get the same sort of data with every type of phone?
No.
Explain that.
There's a number of reasons why we get different data from different devices. First of all, different devices retain different types of information. For example, a brand new iPhone is going to retain different data versus an Android phone. Older phones typically do not retain the same information as well. There's a variety of reasons why phones don't all retain the same type of information.
And in this case, one of the phones that you dumped or downloaded was an old-fashioned flip phone.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm approaching you with Exhibit 550. How would you describe Exhibit 550?
Exhibit 550 is an extraction report.
And for what phone was Exhibit 550, the extraction report for?
That was a flip phone that was
These
submitted.
are often called burner phones
Yes,
because you can pay as you go and throw them away when you're done.
yes,
And is this the phone in particular that you, I will let you look at that you downloaded in document 550?
yes.
I would move Exhibit 550 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
And because it's a flip phone, what sort of information, if any, were you able to get off of a flip phone?
I was not able to extract any data from the phone itself.
Were you able to determine what the phone number was
Yes.
for this burner phone?
Yes.
And what is the phone number of this burner phone?
The phone number is 608-598-7868.
And during the course of the investigation, did you download a phone that was associated with Bart Halderson?
Yes.
And what sort of data, if any, were you able to get from Bart Halderson's phone?
From his phone, we recovered a variety of data, including photographs, videos, call logs, text content, I believe some web browsing history.
And Bart had an iPhone?
Yes.
And if I bring you some iPhones, would you be able to tell which one?
Possibly.
And it's okay if you can't. But it was the one associated with Bart Halderson
Yes.
that was hidden in his shoe with his driver's license.
Yes.
Okay. And you were able to download his data into some sort of report?
Yes.
Describe that.
When the data is acquired from the phone, essentially you have raw data, which is not real useful to the layperson. So we move the data to the physical analyzer program, which then allows for a much more user-friendly viewing of the data.
And what sort of information can you get from a phone like Bart's?
Again, we see photographs that may be saved. We may see videos, phone call logs, text content, contacts. For example, if I entered you as a contact in my phone, I would get a list of those contacts. Possibly web browser history.
And I'm showing you what has been marked as 497. Could you please describe Exhibit 497?
497 is the USB drive of the download from Bart Halderson's cell phone.
And you provided a true and accurate copy of that download?
Yes.
All right, I would move Exhibit 497 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
Turning first to that phone download process that you just talked about.
Yes.
How many phones did you download for that data acquisition in connection with this case?
With this case? I believe 2.
Those would be Bart's phone and who else?
Ms. Melender's phone.
Now, when you download those phones and create these reports, do you look at them to see what they contain, or do you just simply give those reports to others who look for things of evidentiary value?
Depends on the case.
What did you do in this case?
In some cases, I believe I did view some of the evidence, yes.
So the information you downloaded was reviewed, and anything of evidentiary value from the sheriff's department's view was found, correct?
Possibly.
Well, let me put it this way. When you write reports, if you do something, or if you look at something and you determine it's not relevant to the case, you might write in that report, no evidentiary value.
Correct.
That's the only thing I have. Thank you.
Redirect?
Nothing.
May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Thank you so much, sir. Have a good
There was such a weird answer. Nothing. Redirect? Nothing. Nothing today. No redirect. So there was at least some cross-examination that we saw there. Okay, let's see who's on the stand next.
rest of your day. Ladies and gentlemen, the district attorney and the attorneys for the defendant have stipulated and agreed to the existence of certain facts, and you must accept these facts as conclusively proved. The parties stipulate that the records produced by the below companies and organizations are authentic records, and there is no dispute to the accuracy of the records. Wisconsin law provides that records produced by businesses and organizations can be considered self-authenticating when certain conditions are met. The parties stipulate such conditions have been met regarding the records in this case. This stipulation concerns records produced by, number 1, Apple Inc., number 2, Discord Inc., number 3, Google Inc., number 4, Madison College, number 5, PayPal Inc., number 6, Settlers Bank, number 7, Snapp Incorporated, number 8, Square Incorporated, number 9, TDS Communications LLC, number 10, US Cellular, and finally number 11, UW Health /CIOX Health.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
As one of the 2 lead case detectives on this case, was one of your roles to review the email accounts that we just heard Detective Blanke testify about getting all those records?
Yes.
And when I say review these email accounts, did you in fact go through and read all of the emails?
Yes.
So specifically, I'm going to talk to you today about 4 different email accounts. Chandler Halderson at gmail.com, Spieth Daniel at gmail.com, Alyssa Brandt 64 at gmail.com, and Aaron Hoover at gmail.com. Did you review those email accounts?
Yes, I did.
As it goes to Mr. Spieth, Ms. Brandt, and Mr. Hoover, we're going to talk about essentially the entirety of those email accounts, correct?
That's correct.
From creation through when you got access to them.
That's correct.
As it comes to Mr. Halderson, Chandler Halderson at gmail.com, that was his personal email?
Yes.
Were there an extensive amount of emails in that account?
I'd say there were.
Okay. Did you review those emails?
Yes.
Were there ever any emails to or from anyone at American Family Insurance indicating that Mr. Halderson worked there in any capacity?
Specifically American Family, no.
When it comes to the company SpaceX, were there ever any emails regarding a job application or employments with SpaceX?
No.
Does the word SpaceX come up, in fact, at all in any of those Gmail, Mr. Halderson's Gmail account?
No.
Okay. Does this document contain messages, emails, this is 549 I'm showing you, that were pulled out by you and other members of law enforcement in what you believe to be relevant to this case?
Yes.
Okay. I'll move exhibit number 549 into evidence.
Any objection other than as noted?
No.
And I'll note for the record, 575 is a USB containing it for display, and I'd move 575 into evidence and ask to publish it.
Those exhibits are received and may be published.
All right. So when we're talking about Mr. Halderson's actual Gmail account, were there emails in that account in between him and these people, supposedly someone named Mr. Spieth, Ms. Brandt, and Mr. Hoover? Did Mr. Halderson's own Gmail account contain those messages?
Yes.
And for
So Chandler was essentially talking to himself with all these multiple accounts and just trying to pull the wool over everyone's eyes. And the day that his dad realized, wow, everything's a lie. You know, and his last message to Chandler was, I'm ready when you are, because he was about to drag him back to the college so they could have a meeting with a guy that actually worked there. One guy that was in an email, Omar Job. We'll hear from him today as well. And that same day, within 2 hours of that message, Chandler had shot his dad. So, yeah, these lies were elaborate, also very childish, and also very stupid, right? I wonder if when he's sitting there now, I think today actually they pan a few times to him. They need to show us what he looks like, because he must be mortified or not.
purposes of what we're going to look at just first, talking about Mr. Halderson's Gmail account, we did not include those because we're going to look at them when we look at these accounts, right?
That's correct.
Okay. What types of messages were you looking for when looking at Chandler Halderson at gmail.com? What were you trying to figure out?
Any communication with anyone from Madison College, anything related to his employment, either at SpaceX or American Family, any communications with his parents, anyone else If we identified somebody within the email that we would like to contact, then we went and maybe did an interview of somebody within that email.
Okay. So we're going to look at a number of emails, and we'll start with number 30. We'll just start here. This doesn't look like a normal email. It's in a different format. Tell us about the format that we're looking at these in.
Sure. As Detective Blanke just spoke to, the data that he provides us to review as case detectives is within the Cellbrite Reader program. And so we can generate reports from the emails. And again, this is just number 30 within the report we created. On the left is the number 30, the timestamp and date, and then the subject of the emails is to the right of your screen.
Sure. And so this one we'll just talk about its makeup, and we won't do that for all of them. So 30 is a number created by Cellbrite on the far left. That just is the number of the email?
That's correct.
All right. The timestamp, there it says June 7th, 2021 at 8:13 a.m. As we go through this, we won't talk about time a lot, but is that time specifically accurate in this program?
In this program, in this particular report, it is not. So the UTC -5 is in regards to, you actually should add the 5 hours back to the email time. Detective Blanke informed me that the Google records were actually received in our central time, and Cellbrite Reader program subtracted 5 hours.
So while the times might not be super relevant today, but if the jury looks at that, they should just think it's plus 5 hours each time.
That's correct.
Okay. And so then at the very top of the column on the right, we have the subject of the email, which is the subject line we always think of in an email.
Yes.
And here it's email from MATC. And the body, that's the actual email that was sent.
Yes, it is.
All right. And we have this one, Chaz, I did not receive the email string regarding the appointment on Thursday. Please send to me, signed Bart Halderson. And Bart Halderson's email is what?
bhalderson@bdo.com.
What is BDO?
It was Bart's place of employment.
His accounting firm?
Yes.
Okay. So you went through these emails and pulled out ones relevant, as you discussed, and so we'll start going through those. Talk to me about email 20. If you could just, we have to read it into the record, of course. So I'll just say that it was on June 11th, 2021. The subject was HR. What did that email read?
Did you email HR to inquire about your paycheck? Unless there is something that you are not telling us, they have had ample time to pay you. Bart Halderson.
And that was from Bart to Chandler.
That's correct.
Email 19 on June 11th, 2021. The subject, HR, from Chandler to Bart. Could you read the response, essentially?
I added him to my room queue, so hopefully soon.
Again, on the same day, we have email number 18. The subject is payment, and it's from Chandler to someone named Tom Selznick at protonmail.com. Could you read the body of that email?
Good afternoon. My name is Chandler Halderson. I was recently made aware of you taking my case. Can I have an explanation of why I haven't been paid yet? Thank you, Chandler.
And then if you look at the time on this one, it's 8:49:35. But shortly after that, on June 11th, obviously we're adding that 5 hours. So June 11th, 2021, Mr. Selznick, someone named Tom Selznick at protonmail.com, emails Chandler Halderson in response. What does he say?
Hi, Chandler. I was given your case on Tuesday. However, I have contacted your payroll company and have determined a few issues. 1, you are registered as salary, however, you are making an hourly wage. 2, for 2 months, the payroll company saw your name and dues as a clerical error. Unfortunately, you have been making $25 an hour when your salary states you should be making $61,000 annually. This is around a $10,000 difference annually. When I get in contact with payroll, I will show them exactly when you were switched and find out why there was a delay on your dues. Have a great rest of your Friday. Tom Selznick. Tom Selznick, Northeast Remote Human Resources Manager.
A human resources manager. That's where Chandler Halderson also messed up. He's like, I want to fake these emails. Some guy called Tom Selznick is going to be emailing me the reasons I'm not getting paid for the fake job. You know, this job that I'm pretending to have. Yeah. These are the reasons you're supposed to be getting paid $25 per hour. Like, what? Oh my. No wonder he didn't want to accept his friend's job. The friend offered him a job for $18 an hour and he said, no, thank you. No wonder he was making a fake $25 an hour, you guys. Why would he take that job? A real one. Oh my. So human recourses manager. Wow. Yeah, and Stefan says, unless there's something that you are not telling us. Looks like Bart, he had an inkling. He had an hunch. Yes, Stefan?
Email 16 on the same day, June 11th, from Selznick to Chandler. Could you read that?
I updated the log and changed your dues. I'll let payroll know of the change. Keep an eye on your bank account and let me know if you have not been paid by next Friday. Tom Selznick. Northeast, oh, sorry.
You can continue.
Northeast Remote Human Recourses Manager.
Number 13, this is again, June 11th, from Chandler back to Mr. Selznick. What does it read?
When is payday for me? I was wondering when I'd get paid.
From email 12, same day, June 11th, 2021, from Mr. Selznick to Mr. Halderson. What does it read?
First payment ASAP, then the first Friday of each month. Tom Selznick.
Email 10, from Mr. Halderson to Mr. Selznick on the 17th of June now. What does it read?
Good evening. I was hoping to hear the status of my check. Is there anything wrong or holding it back from being delivered? I recently had to go to the emergency room, so I will need my check ASAP. Thank you, Chandler.
This guy's all drama all by himself. My word.
Email 9, June.
In case people aren't following, there is no Tom Selznick. That's all Chandler. Chandler made that email address. He made it up. He's emailing himself to pretend that there's some, human recourses manager that's emailing him.
June 18th, from Mr. Selznick to Mr. Halderson. The subject is still regarding payment. Could you read the body of that email?
Good morning, Chandler. I will make some calls when your office opens to speed things along. I'm sorry to hear about your trip to the ER. That's never fun. I do appreciate your patience with this, Tom Selznick.
Okay. Email number 7 on the 18th of June from Mr. Selznick, Mr. Halderson, still regarding payment. Could you read the body of that email?
I will be traveling to Madison, Wisconsin, Wednesday of next week for restructuring of the HR department. It seems there is a lack of communication to be resolved. I will hope to meet you in person and have a sit down on Thursday if you are capable of travel. Tom Selznick.
Email 6 on the 18th of June from Mr. Halderson to Mr. Selznick. Could you read the body of that email?
Yes, that will work fine. I look forward to meeting with you. Thank you, Chandler.
Now to email 4 from Mr. Selznick to Mr. Halderson on the 24th of June. Subject meeting times. What did Mr. Selznick reportedly say here?
Good morning, Chandler. I'm holding a board meeting this afternoon to discuss the changes I've made to the department. If I am able to meet with you today, I will join your room around lunch over Team Viewer. My apologies for the inconvenience. However, there would not be enough members tomorrow to hold the committee.
Email number 3 from Mr.
So this is about a week before the murders happened. All of these emails that they're looking at here, going back and forth between Chandler Halderson and Chandler Halderson.
Mr. Halderson to Mr. Selznick. Meeting times. Could you read the body of that email?
I will be available 12 to 5 p.m. today in my room. I would like to be kept up to date with any news regarding my case. Thank you, Chandler.
That person, Tom Selznick, we heard about a lot of subpoenas from Alyssa Brandt and Hoover and Chandler, all at gmail.com. Tom Selznick at protonmail.com. Were you able to subpoena Proton Mail?
We did not subpoena Proton Mail.
What goes into that decision, or why not?
After reviewing the emails, Detective Schunk and I had a conversation with Detective Blanke in regards to the Proton Mail. And we learned that it's an email server based out of Switzerland. So based upon that information, we opted to not
Leave Switzerland out of it, Chezzy boy. Sis.
Draft a subpoena for the records, and we decided to contact American Family directly to ask if Tom Selznick was an employee there.
Sure. And you made contact with those people?
We did.
And in fact, we're going to hear from them today?
Yes.
Okay. I'll take back this exhibit from you. Showing it's been marked in this case, exhibit number 478. If you could page through that real quick and let me know what that is.
Exhibit 478 appears to be the spiethdaniel@gmail.com emails from the Google search warrant return.
I'll move that exhibit into evidence and publish it.
Any objection? Other than
Nothing
the stamp?
further.
Very good. It is received.
So when it comes to Mr. Spieth, and I'll actually let you keep it in case you just need help reading, that's exhibit number 478. We're going to look at the entirety of the email, meaning all the emails sent from that account.
That's correct.
And so why are we looking at email 20? What does this show us?
This was the first email sent to this account. So there were 20 emails total. This particular email, reading the subject line, is finish setting up your new Google account, August 5th, 2020.
In your experience, is this the email you get when you set up a new Google account right away?
It is.
Email 19. So the account was set up on August 5th, and then right away on that same day of 2020, Mr. Spieth@gmail.com emails Bart Halderson at wirr.com and Chandler.
Also, when the prosecutor's speaking, you can hear it's a little soft. I really tried to boost it when he's speaking and walking around the room, clearly without a lapel mic. Sir. I also edited out his sniffles, okay? On this day, he had the sniffles. We like this prosecutor a lot, but he definitely had a severe case of sniffles on this day, so I edited out as many of those as I could. And so I tried to boost the sound there, but damn, sometimes he's just walking around that room and it's pretty quiet. But don't worry, we're going to get through all these emails that Chandler wrote to himself. This is now a different name, Daniel Spieth, another guy that doesn't exist, that Chandler made up so that he could, email back and forth between himself, and he also sometimes CC'd his dad in.
Halderson at gmail.com, subject Zoom meeting. The B Halderson at wirr.com, was that another one of Mr. Bart Halderson's emails?
Yes.
Okay. What does this email say on the date of creation of this account?
Hello, my name is Daniel Spieth. I just spoke to Chandler on the phone earlier today, and I will be handling this ticket. Unfortunately, I will not be able to hold the meeting until Tuesday, the 11th at 10:30 a.m. If there are any conflicts, please let me know as soon as possible to reschedule. When the call starts at 10:15, I will send the link. Zoom is a browser application that will need access to your camera and microphone, so be sure to allow them when prompted. Thank you and have a great rest of your day. Daniel Spieth.
Email 18/5th from Mr. Spieth to Mr. Halderson and Chandler. What are we looking at there?
It appears it's an email sent with no subject or body. Daniel, that time will work. Please send Zoom details to my work email, bhalderson@bdo.com. Thank you, Bart. First of all, I apologize. Recently, I have had a close family member become infected with coronavirus. I will appoint a coworker to the ticket of Chandler Halderson as soon as possible. I will be in the office. Log on Wednesday at 4 p.m. Chandler, call me at 9 a.m. tomorrow for further details. I apologize for any inconvenience. Daniel Spieth. This is an email from Google in regards to a security alert that a new device has signed into the account of spiethdaniel@gmail.com.
Number 14, same type of thing.
While they're talking about that type of an alert, remember, Grizzlies, to stay safe, especially online. Number one, this is the internet. The internet is not a safe place. Two, make sure you have two-step verification on all your accounts because it really helps. Then it will tell you if someone's trying to log in, right? So do that. Okay, that was just a side note.
Yes, again, this is an email from Google, the subject being Daniel finished setting up your Apple iPhone with the latest Google apps. In regards to setting up, it appears to be a new phone associated to the account. Yeah, this just appears to be an email sent to Bart Halderson from Daniel Spieth, no subject line and no body within that email.
Email 12/26 of August 2020 from Mr. Spieth and Mr. Halderson, subject meeting. What did the body say there?
Good morning. Chandler was recently informed his counselor was not going to be able to make it to her meetings for the day, so he gave me a call. I will be remotely conducting his meeting today. He also sent me a list of topics to have ready. I have full access to the servers, so I have the information. He gave me your contact information. Does 9:30 or 10 work for you to answer a call? Speak to you soon, Daniel Spieth. I have approved his renewable energy certificate. Is the address on file 4595 Oak Springs Circle, DeForest, Wisconsin, correct? I can make either work. I just need to be done by 11:15. I believe Chandler is in a meeting with a potential employer until 10. Did he say it was okay to have the call without him? Daniel, can you please give me an update on Chandler's account? I need to know the following items. Has his account been set up so that he can request transcripts? Has the national database been updated so that student aid can see that he is registered as an FT, meaning full-time student? When will we receive his certificate for completing the solar energy program? Thank you. The subject is progress update. Daniel, will you please provide me a summary of where you are resolving the open items for Chandler? New account is active. Registered in the IT degree program. Able to sign up for spring semester classes. Transcripts can be generated and picked up. Solar certificate has been signed and will be sent. National database has been updated for financial aid.
So this was literally Bart Halderson now writing to these emails to Daniel Spieth, because he didn't know that that was Chandler Halderson. He thought he was really writing to this person.
Thank you, Bart Halderson. Good morning, Mr. Spieth. Could you please send my transcripts to my home address? There is a program with my insurance to help save me money with a good GPA. If you or someone you trust could do that as soon as possible, it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you, Chandler Halderson. Yep, it appears to just be an email from YouTube in regards to changes for terms of service.
Email 3.
The subject is federal and insurance. The body reads, Dear Chandler, I believe I have finally gotten through to your federal loans and am getting squared away with them. I am also drafting your letter for insurance. Would a PDF copy work for you?
And you have the book in front of you, just because it's cut off.
Sure. Email 3 is to Chandler Halderson at Gmail from Daniel Spieth at gmail.com.
Number 2, now we're in December 9th, 2020, just another Google email at that time.
It's a large file.
Yes, that's correct.
And 1, we're looking at the same thing.
Yes.
Now, when it comes to Mr. Daniel Spieth, so spiethdaniel@gmail.com, we've already looked at exhibit number 565. Was the phone number, the backup recovery phone number used to create this Daniel Spieth email, was that Chandler Halderson's cell phone?
Yes, it was.
And was the birthday that was used when he created that Daniel Spieth Google account, is that Chandler Halderson's birthday?
Yes, it is.
And in reviewing the account of Mr. Spieth, who's purporting to be an advisor of some sort of MATC, did he ever advise any students other than Chandler Halderson?
No, he did not.
Oh, I can stop it for,
Oh, no, yeah, finish up.
oh, you need it? I've had enough time to see it.
Showing you now what's been marked in this case, exhibit number 477. What is this document here?
Exhibit 477 is the Alyssa Brandt 64 at gmail.com email return for this account from Google.
And in the course of working on this case, as the case detective, did you review the Alyssa Brandt 64 email?
Yes, I did.
And we're going to look at those, are we not?
Yes.
All right, I'll move to publish that exhibit.
You may. Oh, I think it has to be moved to be received.
I'll move it and yes, publish it.
And it is received.
Well,
Any specific objections at this time?
nothing in addition to my prior objection.
It is received.
So what are we looking at in email 47?
Email 47 is an email from Google in regards to finish setting up your Google account, sent when the account was created.
So we're looking at August 18th, 2020.
Correct.
So is there some overlap with all of these emails, the Spieth, the Hoover, the Brandt? There's going to be some overlap in time, is there not?
Yes, there is.
Let's talk about email 46. from Chandler Halderson, the day of this account was created on the 18th. Chandler Halderson is someone named alyssabrandt64@gmail.com. The subject is scheduled times. Could you tell us what the body says?
Good morning, Alyssa. We spoke on the phone yesterday, and I was wondering if you had sent the email to bhalderson@bdo.com. If you could, at your earliest convenience, that would be great. Thank you, Chandler.
Email 45, and on the 18th, Ms. Brandt to Mr. Halderson regarding schedule times. Could you read the body of that email?
I apologize for the late reply. I am currently waiting on 2 advisors to send in their open times. And I'm glad you sent an email because I had the address of bhalderson@bmo.com. I will have the times before the end of the workday.
44, on the 19th, August 2020, Mr. Halderson, Bart Halderson, to Alyssa Brandt 64, labeled Chandler Halderson as the subject. Could you read the body of that?
Alyssa, I wanted to reach out since I have not received an email from you with tentative dates and times to discuss Chandler's account and student status. As you might be aware, this is causing issues with financial aid and insurance, but also giving me other concerns. Thank you for your prompt attention to this matter, as we have been trying to resolve this for countless months. Good afternoon. Currently, we have a shortage.
So initially they had gone over some emails, obviously from just a week before the crime. But here on this date, you could see it's August of 2020. The crime happened on July 1st of 2021. So he was lying for a long time. For over a year, he was pretending that he wasn't getting paid, that he was still in college. He was pretending that he had a job at American Insurance. I mean, so they went back, right? They went back in time. They started with ones that were closer to when the murders happened, and now we're going back like a year almost. So
of advisors, so the earliest I could make time for Chandler is on Wednesday, the 26th at 10:30 a.m. However, 2 advisors still have not returned my email, but I will let you know as soon as they get back to me. I was waiting to hear from them this morning because Chandler made a point to have it held yet this week. I have already sent a second follow-up email to the 2 advisors and to the financial aid manager. I apologize for the delay, Alyssa.
Number 42, the 19th of August, 2020, Mr. Halderson to Alyssa Brandt regarding Chandler Halderson. Could you read the body of that?
Thank you for the update. I blocked the time on the 26th, but would also like to resolve sooner. My wife and I are off on Friday and could meet in person if it would help to resolve this.
Email 41, now on the 25th of August, 2020, from Bart Halderson to Alyssa Brandt. Could you read that email?
Alyssa, I have not received any updates for the call meeting tomorrow. I assume this is a call or virtual meeting, but have not received the dial-in information. If this is an in-person meeting, I need to know where we are meeting. Can you confirm that this is still on the calendar and who we will be talking with? Thank you.
Email 40, 26th of August, 2020, just a Google email again.
That's correct.
39, same thing.
Yes.
38, a YouTube email, correct?
That's correct.
YouTube is owned by Google, and that's why there's some interaction in the programs.
Yes.
Okay. 37, we're looking at another data email from Google. 36, are we looking at the same thing?
That's correct.
35, same thing. 34. So when we get to 34, we're talking now we've moved forward quite a bit. May 24th of this past year, 2021. The subject is reschedule. It's from Chandler to Alyssa Brandt 64. Could you read the body of that email?
Good morning. My name is Chandler Halderson. Unfortunately, I haven't taken well to the vaccine and am not feeling well enough to make it to my appointment with Aaron Hoover at 10 a.m. today. Is there another time within the week I could reschedule to? Thank you, Chandler.
This is so ridiculous. Like, he's emailing himself to say that he can't make it to a meeting with himself. And the other names he uses was Alyssa Brandt and Aaron Hoover. Sorry, can't make that meeting with myself today because unfortunately I haven't taken too well to the vaccine. Okay.
A couple questions about this email as we go through. This is the first mention that you saw of someone named Aaron Hoover,
Yes, it was.
and that's another email account we're going to talk about?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to message 33. This is on May 25th, 2021, from Melissa Brandt to Chandler Halderson regarding rescheduling, excuse me. Could you read the body of that email?
Good morning, Chandler. I'm sorry to hear you are not feeling well. I didn't have the best experience with it either. I moved you to Monday at 10 a.m. with Aaron. Starting next week, any guest in the building without their student ID is required to have their vaccine card and driver's license. I hope you feel better soon, Alyssa.
Email 32, the 25th again of May, Ms. Brandt to Mr. Halderson regarding that reschedule. What does that say?
There's an opening on Friday at 2 p.m. with Aaron. Would you like that slot?
Email 31, 25th of May, Mr. Halderson to Ms. Brandt, same subject line. What does that say?
Unfortunately, I can't take any time off this week because of the 2 days I'm missing from work already. So Monday still will be best. Thanks.
Number 30, same day, Mr. Halderson to Ms. Brandt, same subject line. What does that say?
Is there a possibility of getting my meeting back, or could I get the Friday?
29, same day, Mr. Halderson to Ms. Brandt. What do we have there?
Anything would work this week, if not today.
Email 28, again on the 25th, Mr. Halderson to Alyssa Brandt, same subject line. What does that say?
I'm sorry to be pushy. I forgot that it was a holiday weekend and will push through to go to my meeting.
Email 27. Now we have an email from Alyssa Brandt responding to Chandler Halderson in that same subject line. What does that email read?
Unfortunately, I've already bumped the waiting list into place. I'll put you in the number 1 slot to see if you can get in today. Otherwise, the next appointment is on Friday at 2 p.m.
Number 26, again on the 25th, Mr. Halderson to Alyssa Brandt, same subject line. Could you read that?
I appreciate it. I will be available at any time you give me. Even a video call today would work. My dad only has a few hours off today.
Email 25, on the 25th of May, Alyssa Brandt emailing Chandler Halderson, back in the same subject line. What does that email read?
I will give you a call as soon as I find an opening. Until then, you have Friday at 2 p.m. I hope it can work for you.
Number 24, on the 28th of May, Ms. Brandt emails Chandler Halderson, subject line, schedule changes. What does that say?
Dear students, keep watch for scheduling changes. We are short-staffed today, and there likely will be day and time shifts for your meeting. Keep an eye out for an email or call from either me or your advisor. Have a great weekend, Alyssa Brandt.
Just briefly, maybe this is a good email to point it out. In the email itself, Brandt is spelled B-R-A-N-T, is that correct?
That's correct.
What is the registered name? How is that spelled?
Alyssa is spelled the same, A-L-Y-S-S-A, and the last name is B-R-A-N, N as in Nancy, D as in David, T as in Tom. So B-R-A-N-D-T.
And in the actual email body, when she uses the last name, it's without the D, but just with the T.
That's correct.
Okay.
Oh my, you can't even keep the spelling of these fake personas consistent. I mean, you could see it there, B-R-A-N-D-T, and then he signs off as Alyssa, B-R-A-N-T. Okay.
Email 23, 28th of May, Chandler Halderson emails Alyssa Brandt regarding the schedule changes. What does he say?
Good morning. Is there a problem with my meeting? I have waited a long time for a meeting, and my employers need my transcripts ASAP. Thank you, Chandler.
Email 22, again on the 28th, Alyssa Brandt emails Chandler Halderson back regarding that same subject matter. What does she say?
Your advisor will contact you directly. The advisement director is handling the situation as we speak. If there are changes, you will be made aware shortly.
21, on the 28th again, Mr. Halderson, back to Ms. Brandt, same subject line. He responds, what?
Okay, thank you.
Email 20, again on the 28th, Mr. Halderson to Ms. Brandt, same subject line. Could you read the body of that email?
My meeting was altered. Is there a person I can call? I need answers to my questions ASAP.
Email 19, again on the 28th, from Alyssa Brandt to Chandler Halderson, same subject line of schedule changes. Could you read the body of that email, please?
I will find someone free to call you. Thank you for your patience.
Email 18, still on the 28th, from Alyssa Brandt to Chandler Halderson regarding the schedule changes. What does Ms. Brandt say to Mr. Halderson?
Your phone number is 920-838-4549, correct?
And then just a question, that is in fact Mr. Halderson's cell phone number.
Yes, it is.
Number 17, still on the 28th, Mr. Halderson emails Alyssa Brandt regarding that exact question. And what does he say?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Email 16, the 28th still, Alyssa Brandt emails Chandler Halderson, same subject line. Read that email.
Great. I'm still doing my best to find someone free to give you a call, but I'm positive I'll find someone. Thank you for your patience.
Email 15, Mr. Halderson emails Alyssa Brandt, same day, same subject line. Could you read that one?
Could I please have your phone number so you could help shed light on this situation?
There was no response to that email with a phone number or anything because the next email is on the 1st, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Email 14, June 1st, 2021, from Chandler Halderson to Alyssa Brandt regarding those schedule changes. What does that email read?
Good afternoon. I'm checking to see if there's been any progress on the documents I requested. Is there any news? Thank you, Chandler.
13, so cut off a bit here, but this one is June 1st, 2021, from Alyssa Brandt to Chandler Halderson, same subject line. Could you read that response?
Sorry for the late response. I'm running around grabbing everything on my spare time. It's been a hectic day due to recent events. Thanks for your patience, Alyssa.
June 1st, 2021, Alyssa Brandt to Chandler Halderson, same subject line.
What you writing there, Chandler? Look at him. Yeah, I think he's pretending to write a little bit. He doesn't look like he's writing much. Yeah, Birdie81 says, surely Dad was getting suspicious. Sounds like it at some point. He's like, what? Unless you're not telling us something. So I was just quickly doing, I want to say Google, but Brock, okay? I was saying, what are the symptoms of a pathological liar? Because it sounds like, who does this? Why is he doing this? And how long did he do this for? Is this his whole life or what? I wish we could hear more about his childhood. Did he lie a lot? Yeah. So frequent lying, elaborate stories, lack of remorse, inconsistency, defensive when challenged, in this case a killer, compulsive nature, social isolation, difficulty maintaining relationships, emotional instability, exaggeration, and denial. They may refuse to acknowledge their lying behavior even when presented with clear evidence. Like, oh my, I would speculate. He hasn't been diagnosed as one, but damn, based on what we're seeing, I would speculate he was a pathological liar, right? And other things.
What does she say here?
I won't be able to access your transcripts or get this certification degree without the key to the records room. I'll let you know when it arrives.
Email 11, June 4th, Mr. Halderson to Ms. Brandt, same subject line. What do we have here?
Could you add me to any open time for next week?
And you added the word open, just for the record, it's spelled wrong, correctly?
I did. In the email, it's spelled OOEN.
Thank you. Email 10, June 4th, 2021, Alyssa Brandt responds to Chandler Halderson in the schedule change email string and says what?
Yeah, no problem. How does Thursday at 11:30 sound?
Email 9, June 4th, Chandler Halderson to Alyssa Brandt. He responds perfect.
Correct.
Okay. Email 8, we're into a new subject line. So the subject is just scheduling. from Chandler Halderson. Would you mind just opening the document to confirm who email 8 was sent to? I know it was cut off here.
So email 8 is sent to Alyssa Brandt64@gmail.com from Chandler. Subject is scheduling. The body is, good morning, my advisor Aaron took today and tomorrow off. Who will I be sent to and at what time?
And we're gonna have the same question for a couple of these. We just tried to fit them in the screen as best we could. Number 7, that's the June 10th, 2021 email responding to scheduling. Who were the parties in that email?
This email is to Chandler Halderson from Alyssa Brandt.
And could you read the body of that?
Good morning, Chandler. You are not on the list to be picked up today. When was your meeting scheduled for?
Same questions for number 6. Who are the parties of that email sent on June 10th?
This email is to Alyssa Brandt from Chandler Halderson.
Okay, and read the body if you could.
It was for today at 11:30 with Aaron Hoover.
Number 5, same questions. Who were the parties in this June 10th email? It was obviously from Alyssa Brandt. Who was it to?
Chandler Halderson.
And regarding scheduling, what did that read?
Oh, no, I didn't give you a date. You are still all set for your meeting on June 17th, next Thursday. I advise you to keep this meeting because the wait list is well past 50 students.
Question for number 4, June 10th. Who were the parties of that email?
This email is to Alyssa Brandt from Chandler Halderson.
Okay, and read the body if you could.
Is there still the possibility of me picking up the documents I requested, or has Aaron sent my transcripts already?
Number 3, email from Bart Halderson to Alyssa Brandt 64, responding, or it was a forward to schedule changes. The forward that appears in the subject matter indicates that at some point that email was forwarded.
That's correct.
Okay, and what does the email body read?
Alyssa, this is unacceptable. We have been dealing with this issue for well over a year now. It has been costing us money the longer the delays have continued. I'm not sure of the professionalism of the advisors, but it sure seems like they will take off at the drop of a hat and it messes up the whole schedule. Chandler and I have both rearranged our schedules to meet with an advisor today, and I expect you to find a way to make that happen.
Email 2, from Chandler Halderson to Alyssa Brandt, subject late. What does that read?
I'm currently heading to the hospital. I will not make my meeting. I remember there is a wait list, but I still will need my meeting rescheduled as soon as possible.
And number 1, June 21st, 2021, from Chandler Halderson to Alyssa Brandt. What does this say?
The subject is contact information. The body is there a phone number I could call for getting a new appointment?
And that was the last email in that grouping?
That's correct.
A couple of the same questions. When it comes to Alyssa Brandt, did it appear to you in reviewing those emails that she was purporting to be a student advisor at Madison College or MATC?
It did.
And did she ever advise any students other than Chandler Halderson?
No, she did not.
Showing you exhibit number 565 again. When it comes to Alyssa Brandt, who's second in the column there, is the IP address that account was created at, alyssabrandt64@gmail.com? Is that the Halderson home's IP address?
Yes, it is.
And the birth date used when that account was created, is that Chandler Halderson's birthday?
Yes, it is.
So there was a mention in these emails of someone named Aaron Hoover. You looked into that email account as well?
Yes, we did.
Showing you what's been marked in this case, exhibit number 476. Could you just page through that and make sure you could answer the question of what are you looking at there, or what is that document?
Okay, so we're paging quickly, D-flap. So MATC is the Milwaukee Area Technical College. That's where Chandler had gone, I think for a term, but then he dropped out. I think he didn't do very well. He just stopped going, he dropped out, and so his dad was apparently still paying for him to go there and wanting to know where's the certificates, what is going on, and all these emails he made as a student advisor, as a person working in accounting, all these different characters he created so that he could keep up the facade to his dad that he was really still attending the college.
476 is the Aaron Hoover, MATC@gmail.com Google search warrant return, specifically the emails.
I'll move 476 into evidence.
Subject to any
Subject to any
objection?
prior rulings, no further objection.
It is received.
Sure. And I
And
ask
it
the
may be
published.
published.
Thank you, Judge. Let's start with email 17. I think we're all used to this now, but what is email 17?
Email 17 is from Google in regards to finish setting up your new Google account.
Sure. And this one was on what date was this Google account set up?
May 28th, 2021.
Let's talk about email 16 from Aaron Hoover, MATC @gmail.com to Chandler Halderson. Subject is new schedule. Schedule is spelled wrong, but it's new schedule. Could you read the body of that email for us?
Good morning. My name is Aaron Hoover from Madison College's advisement team. Today we are missing 3 advisors. Following the first come, first served policy, I will be taking some meetings from an absent coworker. My meetings will stay on course until 12:30, and then I will be taking over Ryan's meetings starting at 1. If you were meeting with Ryan today at 10 a.m., you are now at 1 p.m. with me. If you were with me after 12:30 today, you will be with me on Tuesday morning. So my 1 p.m. meeting from today will be moved to 10 a.m. Tuesday morning. If there are questions or scheduling issues, contact me or Alyssa Brandt. My apologies for the inconvenience. Aaron Hoover.
Email 15, May 28th, 2021. If you could, in the binder, again, we're trying to format these to fit the screen. That was from Chandler Halderson. Who's that email to?
Email 15 is from Chandler Halderson to Aaron Hoover.
Okay. And same subject line. What does that read?
Unfortunately, I need my meeting to happen today. My employer and insurance need my transcripts and to see proof of my completion of my degree and solar certificate. I have been trying to get a meeting for a very long time, and I very well could lose my job over this. Is there a time you could put me in?
14, who was that email from and to?
Email 14 is to Chandler Halderson from Aaron Hoover.
Okay. And same subject line. Could you read the body of that email for me?
I'm sorry to hear that, but we must follow policy on these difficult days. I will contact your employers for you if that will help out in any way.
Email 13, again.
Yeah, CJ says he's pointing out schedule. The new schedule. Shame, Chezzy.
If you could tell us the parties of this email.
Email 13 is to Aaron Hoover from Chandler Halderson.
Same subject line. Would you mind reading the body?
I'm just going to pause quick. Scott said, I wonder if Bart gave him tuition money or paid the school directly. And I also wonder if he paid upfront for the year or what. He might have paid for the whole year upfront because this ongoing issue and just thinking that Chandler's going there, you know, it's quite insane what Chandler was doing here. How he was pretending all these emails he made. And yeah, eventually we'll hear Bart's last recorded call to someone who actually works there, you know, because the dad started thinking there's something very wrong going on here. So he did eventually call them. But wow, Chandler just pretending that he was going to college, that he was working, that he was earning money, and that he got a job at SpaceX. That's a lot. I don't even know how he kept track of all of this.
Of the email?
Alyssa put me on the waiting list on the number 1 slot earlier this week. Does that apply to today if there are any cancellations during the changed scheduling?
Email 12, again, who are the parties of this email?
This email is to Chandler Halderson from Aaron Hoover.
All right. And subject line is the same. Could you read the body for me?
Yes, that will apply. If there is a cancellation of the updated schedule, you will receive an automated call to your cell 920-838-4549 of the time, building, and advisor you will be meeting with. There is no guarantee I will be hosting your meeting unless it is on Tuesday at 11 a.m.
Email.
Is that Cape T? S says he was in debt with him. Bart's dad found out when he calls. Interesting. I don't remember that part, but we are going to hear the call today, so we'll all be caught up after this day. We are about an hour in now out of 3 hours and 37 minutes of trial footage for today.
11, May 28th, 2021. Who are the parties to that email?
Email 11 is to Aaron Hoover from Chandler Halderson.
Same subject line. What does the body read?
I can't tell you how many times I've heard this and never gotten in a meeting. Is there a phone number I can call for a more detailed explanation?
Gerda says, less is more, right? Yes. I think less is more, and I guess a lesson out of this would be if he felt embarrassed that he dropped out of college, although I think this behavior would probably be his whole life, in my opinion. But let's say if this all started because he dropped out of college and his parents, wanted him to do well, and so he felt bad and ashamed or something. I don't know, and then all these lives started. I mean, that will never end well. Just fess up, okay? That's one moment you can self-snitch, hey? Tell your loved ones what's going on, and everything will be okay. Because this is look where it got him. And look what happened to the family. All over just him trying to protect all these lies that he had created and crafted for over a year. It's ridiculous. So many people said that, especially we'll watch the sentencing together tomorrow. They're just talking about how Bart and Krista, even if he had said, look, man, okay, I didn't make it, I dropped out, I'm not really working, they would have been upset, but they would have helped him. They would have helped him get back on track. They were people known to help others. So this is just sad, right? KTS said, sorry, I meant just Bart, not Bart's dad. Okay, yeah, no, I understood. Did I read out Bart's dad? I understood. Chandler's dad, Bart. Okay, so let's keep going.
Same day, Mr. Halderson, and that one is to Mr. Hoover.
That's correct.
Okay. Same subject line, if you could read the body for the record.
I need to have a call with whomever is in charge in the next 30 minutes. I've been a student for over 3 years, and I will be treated fairly.
Number 9, again on the 28th, who are the parties to that email?
Email 9 is to Chandler Halderson from Aaron Hoover.
All right. And if you could, read the body of that email.
I understand. I have forwarded your information to her now with a priority mark. She will be conducting meetings herself today, so her availability is limited.
Save Our Water was asking, is there a reason for looking at all these emails? I don't even think it's all of them. Did you see the size of that file? But we're looking at this to see just how deep this deception went, how far he took it. And it shows the buildup, up to the day of the murders. Because on the day that Bart and Krista were murdered, that was the day that Chandler's dad called MATC and found out that Chandler had been lying. And he set a meeting for 3 p.m. the day that Bart was murdered. I mean, he was murdered just after 3 p.m. At around 1:30 or so, he said to Chandler, I'm ready when you are. And he meant, let's get going. We're going to go and drive there to that college, and we're going to sort all of this out. We're going to actually speak to someone who for real works there, and we're going to address all of this. And Chandler dealt with that by shooting his dad in the back. Then he asked his mom for a soda. When his mom got home, he shot her. We don't know where, because unfortunately only her legs were found. That's scary. They also don't know for sure that she was shot. So that's scary, but one can speculate that that's the most plausible outcome there. And then he dismembered them? I mean, then everything else he did, it's quite crazy. But this shows just how deep this deception went, how long it went on. And just, the lens that he would go to. It shows quite a bit about his psychology as well, which I find quite interesting.
Email 8 from Mr. Halderson to Mr. Hoover. Now we have a different subject line. This one's status. Could you read the body of that email?
Good morning. I canceled the meeting for today because of work conflict and emailed you a list of questions and documents I need. When do you think I will be able to pick them up? Also, when I do get them, I have a few extra questions. Thank you, Chandler.
Email 7, June 1st, 2021, from Mr. Hoover to Mr. Halderson. The subject line is now in response to. What does the body say?
Good morning, Chandler. I'm sorry you can't make the meeting. I will gather the documents and let you know when I can get your certificate card and degree. In the meantime, I'll electronically send your transcripts and degrees out to the respective employer insurance agency. I will have Alyssa give you a call when everything is complete. Good luck on your meeting, Aaron Hoover.
Number 6, this is on June 1st. Who are the parties to this email?
Email 6 is to Chandler Halderson from Aaron Hoover.
And regarding that same subject matter, could you read the body?
Unfortunately, I don't have your insurance on file. Is there someone specific I can send them to?
Number 5, who are the parties to this email?
Email 5 is to Aaron Hoover from Chandler Halderson.
Same subject matter. Would you mind reading the body for the record?
Okay, thank you. You can send the official link to bhalderson@bdo.com so he can forward it to the right people.
Email 4 from Mr. Hoover to Chandler Halderson, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, different subject matter. Now it's absence. What does Mr. Hoover have to say on June 10th?
Dear students, I am taking the rest of the week off due to a family emergency. If possible, my meetings will be reassigned by availability and relevance. If you have any questions, please give our secretary, Alyssa, a call or email. My apologies, Aaron Hoover.
Email 3, the 10th. Could you please tell us the parties to this email?
Email 3 is to Aaron Hoover from Chandler Halderson.
Same subject matter or no? In response to that subject matter, please read the body.
Have I been picked up by a different advisor, and at what time?
Email 2 from Mr. Hoover, MATC at gmail.com to Chandler Halderson. New subject line here, meeting time and date. Would you mind reading the body for the court record?
Good afternoon, Chandler. I'm sorry to hear about your recent trip to the ER. I have scheduled you 2 appointments, so if there's a conflict with the first, there's always a second. July 20th at 2:45 p.m. and July 23rd at 10:30 a.m. If neither of these work, let me know as soon as possible. In the meantime, you are holding slot number 22 on the wait list.
Oh, he's even got slots on the waiting list. That was 2 days before the murders. That one they just showed, right? Thank you, Rob. You said thank you for your excellent trial coverage on a Saturday. Yes, I dragged you all to court on a Saturday. But I know we like it. We like watching trials together, right? Another, I like to learn lessons from true crime cases. Another one would be if you have found out that someone has lied a lot. I think a lesson would be, and I'm not victim blaming, I'm trying to pick a lesson out of this, would be to, not that one wants to, one would be furious. Try to pack your fury away, rage, and just calmly say, I think we need to talk about something. I suspect that you've been lying to me. Maybe we could just, have a coffee and talk about it, because I've just seen so many cases where people confront people very angry of like, why the hell did you lie to me and all of this? And I'm not saying that's what's happened here. It just makes me worried for risk assessment, right? When there's someone that is so deeply disturbed that they lie this much, yeah, approach with caution, right? Unfortunately, one wish you could just shout at them. But yes, wow, look at all of this. Sure.
And number 1. Number 1 is just a Google email that we've looked at before.
Yes, it is.
So the last email in any of these accounts is the 29th of June, 2021.
That's correct.
A couple of the same questions as before. As it comes to Mr. Aaron.Hoover, MATC@gmail.com, he was purporting to be an advisor at Madison College.
Yes, he was.
Did he ever advise any students other than Chandler Halderson?
No, he did not.
And looking at Exhibit 565, the IP address used to create that Gmail account, is that the IP address of the Halderson household?
Yes, it is.
No further questions.
Cross-examination?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Detective. You can return back to the table. Counsel, it's been 90 minutes. Would this be a good point to break, or do you have something very short?
This would be a fine point to break.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our morning break at this point then. Thank you.
All right, for the jury.
Don't you open those lunch boxes. It's not lunchtime yet, okay? You can stretch and have some coffee if you want.
Good morning. Could you please state your first and last name for the record and spell both?
Lori Snapp, Lorisnapp.
How are you employed, Ms. Snapp?
I work for American Family Insurance,
And what is your title?
Employee Relations Manager.
And sometime this summer or into the fall, were you contacted by Dane County Sheriff's Office in connection to this case?
Yes, I was.
And in particular, did they ask you to research whether or not Chandler Halderson was ever employed by American Family?
So we're understanding why she's there, right? Because he pretended to work for American Family Insurance for over a year.
Yes, they did.
And what did you find out?
I found no record of that person working for American Family.
What about as one of their contractors? Did you research that?
I did as well, and we found no record of that person working as a contractor.
Did they also have you research whether or not Tom Selznick was ever an employee of American Family?
Yes, they did.
And was he ever an employee or a contract employee?
No.
Do any of your employees, as their official email, have a Proton Mail account?
No.
What is like the tag or the ending of the emails from American Family Insurance?
At amfam.com.
And how are your employees paid? Weekly, monthly, every 6 months, something else?
Biweekly.
Okay. No further questions.
Cross-examination?
No, thank you.
Thank you. May this witness be excused and released.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're released from your subpoena. Thank you. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you.
I like how the judge wishes everyone, have a good rest of your day. Sounds very like he really means it, right? Have a good rest of your day. So yeah, Chandler, yeah, they got paid bi-weekly. There was no issue with payment. But you never worked there. Neither did all the fake people that you created. They didn't work there either. So, okay.
I'll recall Brian Schunk to the stand.
Go right ahead.
Good morning, Detective. I know you've testified a couple times. Some things make more sense, obviously, at certain times. Yesterday, were you here when the footwear analyst testified as to shoe prints found on the two tarps, the one that was found in the garbage can near the torso and the one that was found in the barn? Were you here for that testimony?
Yes.
And I think you, like the rest of us, correct me if I'm wrong, maybe heard the testimony that a shoe print consistent with shoes found in the Halderson home was found on the tarp that was found in the garbage can, item C.
Correct.
Okay. Those shoes that were entered into evidence and that the shoe print analyst said matched the print found on that tarp, do you recall what size they were?
Size 10.5.
And if we all think back to maybe 2 weeks ago now when we watched that long interview of you interviewing Mr. Halderson, you were involved with Mr. Halderson personally in his arrest and booking into jail, correct?
Yes.
What size shoes was he wearing when he was booked into jail?
He was also wearing a 10.5.
Okay. Now the other tarp, the barn tarp as we've been calling it, that was in that big brown bag, we're not going to drag it out for right now, but you've seen photographs of that tarp laid out and spread out during the analysis in this case?
Yes.
And I think I've asked others, but I'll ask you, does that tarp appear to be older or newer than the tarp that's found in the garbage can?
It definitely appeared older.
And what makes you say that? Like, how would you describe it?
It was well used. I had, from what I had seen, appeared to be sawdust all over it, just dust in general.
Sure. And yesterday we heard the shoe print analyst testify as to a pair of I think, Ralph Lauren shoes that they thought there was a print on.
Yes.
In the search of the Halderson home, were any similar shoes found that would match that?
There was not.
And if they were, would you have sent them out to the crime lab?
Of course.
In the course of this investigation, have you ever found
He got rid of the shoes?
those shoes?
No.
Do you have any idea whose shoes they are?
No.
Okay. Do you have any idea how old that?
Ralph Lauren shoes? Because they found those. I was wondering about that. You know, they found the latent footprints on the tarp. And I'm like, well, where were those shoes? Because based on what he was doing, they must have been covered in blood. So, oh, they didn't find the shoes? Okay, okay.
Tarp is?
I do not. I know there was pictures that we had found on Krista Halderson's phone that included Bart working and building a table on it, so I know that it was not new.
Okay. And unlike the tarp in the garbage can, did that appear to be new?
It did.
And is it your suspicion that that is in fact the tarp that we saw Mr. Halderson purchase on July 2nd?
Yes.
Okay. Showing what's been marked in this case is exhibits number 576 and 577. Briefly, could you identify those?
Yes, these were photos taken off of Krista Halderson's phone of Bart working on a tarp in the garage at the Oak Springs address.
Doing some sort of building project?
Yes.
All right. I'll move 576 and 577 into evidence.
No, no objection.
They are received.
That's the publish, just briefly on the
They may be.
Omo. Looking at 576, is this the tarp that we're talking about?
Yes, it is.
And 577, another tarp, or another photo of that tarp?
Correct.
Okay. And to you, does that appear to be the barn tarp?
It does appear to be the barn tarp.
And Mr. Halderson's not wearing those Ralph Lauren shoes here? correct?
No, it appears he was wearing Asics.
We just heard a good deal of testimony from Detective Sims, kind of reading some of those emails. Did it become important in this investigation to look into whether Mr. Chandler Halderson was going to Madison College or MATC for school?
Yes,
He was purporting to have gone there, telling people he was going there, correct?
correct.
Okay. Did you, in fact, at some point, did the Dane County Sheriff's Department subpoena records from Madison College to try to determine when he was going there or if he was going there?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Showing what's been marked as exhibit number 503. Just in general, what is that?
Looks like a certificate of authenticity from Madison College or MATC.
And is that notarized on the last page?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And I know we all heard the judge read the stipulation, but I'll move 503 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
504 and 505, what are we looking at there?
504 is going to be the Madison College unofficial transcripts of Chandler Halderson. 505 is also from Madison Area Technical College or Madison College. It's an enrollment verification for Chandler Halderson.
And this is an enrollment verification that was requested by the police this fall in preparation for this trial?
Correct, August 9th of 2021.
Okay, I'll move 504 and 505 into evidence.
No objection.
They are received.
Move to publish.
They may be published.
Starting with the transcripts, we'll zoom in just a bit. So we're looking at exhibit number 504. But spring of 2018 shows Mr. Halderson was in fact enrolled at MATC, correct?
It's on there, yes.
All right, I took a couple classes, leadership as an art, trigonometry, university physics, and some sort of solar technology class, and actually completed some classes in the spring of 18. Fair?
Yes.
All right. Summer of 2018, he enrolled for a few classes, general chemistry, basic statistics, and another solar class, and completed some classes there, summer of 18.
Yes, completed some, and it looks like withdrew from another.
Withdrew from the statistics class.
Correct.
Okay. Moving to the fall of 2018. There, Mr. Halderson, intro to sustainable design, again taking basic statistics, intro to renewable energy, and he completed the design class, got an A, failed the statistics class, and into the renewable energy class. Looks like he withdrew. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. Going into 2019, spring of 2019, took a couple classes, environmental science, project management, weather and climate, and electronics class. And looks like there was a C in the project management class, but the rest he withdrew from.
Correct.
We see some additional classes now in the fall of 2019. This is on the second page. It looks like Microsoft Word, a couple levels of that, written communication, exploration of something in technology, Cisco networking, IT security awareness, enterprise client, psychology of human relations. In all of these classes, he withdrew from half or a little less than half and failed the remainder, correct?
Correct. The WNA, it's withdrew with no attempt, meaning that the class was withdrawn sometime, I think it's the first 10 days of the course.
Okay. And then going into fall of 2020, see some Microsoft Word classes, networking classes, psychology, mostly withdrawn with a couple Fs there, correct?
Correct.
And that fall of 2020, didn't complete any credits, but that was the last time that he was enrolled at MATC?
Yes.
So after the fall of 2020, he was not a student there any longer from what you're able to glean from all these documents?
Correct. I believe the end of that semester was January 18th or so of 21.
Sure. And if we look back in 19 and 20, he doesn't earn any credits, either withdraws or fails from all of those classes?
Correct.
Right. And so we'd have to go back to the spring of 19 when he got a C in something called project management to find the last class where any credits were earned?
That's what I'm seeing.
Okay. And then just to maybe a more easy way to view it, they sent you something called an enrollment verification. We'll zoom out just a tad so everyone can see that. But that shows that He was enrolled 3/4 in the spring of 18, half-time in the summer, half-time in the fall of 18, going into 19 in the spring, less than half, the fall, 3/4, and the fall, half-time.
Correct.
Did you ever find any information in this case to indicate that Mr. Halderson was attending classes or going to classes at MATC going into the spring of 2021 or into the summer of 2021?
They did not have any records of that.
Okay. I'm going to talk about a couple of documents that are already in evidence. This morning, Detective Blanke testified about this small burner phone, and let me pull it out. It's not something we have to wear gloves for, but this was the burner phone I think Mr. Selzner testified was found in Chandler Halderson's desk.
Correct, the Alcatel flip phone.
Okay. And he produced a report when he tried to download what he could download there, indicating a cell phone number for that phone.
Correct.
And what was that cell phone number?
608-598-7868.
Okay. And earlier in the trial, a couple weeks ago, we passed around this document to the jury. Was, I believe, testified in this case to be a paper found on the desk of Bart Halderson with some written notes on it, giving a phone number for someone Bart Halderson spoke to at MATC. Who was the person he believes he spoke to?
Correct. This is an email that Bart Halderson had saying that he had spoken with Daniel Spieth. At the bottom of, in part of the body of that, he does say that Daniel sounds just like Chaz, who we know is what the family called Chandler, on the phone. The bottom of this email says Daniel's contact information is cell 608-598-7868, which is the same phone number I just read, which is registered to the flip phone.
So the burner phone found in the desk is the same as the email that the jury looked at with that phone number?
Correct.
Okay.
He had a burner phone in his desk drawer. Then he gave out the number for the burner phone on his emails, and his dad actually phoned it, and he said it sounded just like Chaz. He must have been putting on some sort of voice, right? That is some scary stuff. Oh my goodness.
There's a name written on this document and circled. Can you tell us what that name is?
Omar Job.
And that became a point of interest for the police in this investigation?
It did.
The cell phones that you were able to access in this case, they were downloaded by Mr. Blanke and other analysts, and then the detectives review those downloads, correct?
Correct.
For the most part. Many people at sometimes can look at them, but you do look at some of these downloads.
Yes.
Okay. Was Bart Halderson's cell phone one of these cell phones that was able to be accessed in this case?
Yes, we did access that phone.
And I'm showing what's been marked as exhibit number 497. Just in general, do you know what this to be?
A USB.
Containing the download of Bart's phone?
Correct.
Okay. As we talked about, those downloads aren't something that you can really look at very easily, so reports are printed off with some of the data that's in those phones?
Correct.
And was a report printed off with Bart Halderson's messages and call logs and things of that sort that were relevant to this case?
Yes.
Okay. Showing what's been marked in this case is exhibit number 498. Could you tell me what that is?
Yes, the title page says that it's the contents are Bart Halderson Celebrate Instant Message Report.
Okay. And that's a report of essentially some of the activity on the phone, including some of the outgoing calls and text messages and things of that sort?
Correct.
All right. Specifically, I want to draw your attention to page 16 of this report from Bart Halderson's cell phone. Does it indicate on June 29th, 2021, about 2 in the afternoon, did he make a phone call?
Yes, it shows 2:04 p.m. that Bart had made a phone call to 608-246-6210, and the phone call lasted 19 minutes and 46 seconds.
And so you're the detective in this case. Did you call that number and figure out what that number was?
Yes, that phone number is Madison College.
I'll move 498 evidence at this point, 497 as well.
Any objection?
May we approach?
Yes.
No further questions at this time.
Cross-examination?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Detective. You can return back to the table.
Thank you.
Good morning. I would ask if you believe you can do so safely and responsibly that you testify without a mask, as long as you're comfortable with doing that under these circumstances.
I will do so.
Thank you so much. Please proceed.
Good morning. Could you please state both your first and last name and spell both for the record?
Sure. My name is Kate Jochimson, Kate, K-A-T-E, and last name Jochimson, J-O-C-H-I-M-S-E-N.
How are you employed?
I work for Madison College,
And specifically, what is your title?
the Director of Employee Relations.
And during the course of this investigation, were you and other employees at Madison College or MATC contacted by the Dane County Sheriff's Office in connection to this case?
Yes.
And were you asked specifically if 3 individuals ever worked for Madison College or MATC?
Yes.
Was one of those individuals Aaron Hoover?
Yes.
And were you able to look in a database or some historic information to see if Aaron Hoover had ever worked for Madison College or MATC?
I was able to look.
And was Aaron Hoover ever an employee?
No.
Were you able to repeat the same process with Alyssa Brandt?
Yes.
And you did that, in fact, with 2 different spellings, B-R-A-N-T and B-R-A-N-D-T.
That's correct.
And was she ever an employee for MATC or Madison College?
No.
What about Daniel Spieth?
No.
Was he ever an employee for Madison College or MATC?
No.
Can I ask you, what is the end part of every employee's email who works for Madison College?
MadisonCollege.edu.
No one uses a Gmail account as their official Madison College email?
No.
No further questions?
Cross-examination.
No, thank you.
May this
I like how she glances at Chandler every now and then. Like, this guy. Thanks a lot, Chandler. Now this poor lady has to be on the stand here at a murder trial. Like, what the hell? Because of all these cack. Oh, my.
witness be released and excused.
Yes.
Thank you so much for your time. Have a good rest of your day. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed with another witness, I have to read to you another agreed fact, something that the parties have stipulated to that you must accept as proven. Specifically, in this case, the district attorney and the defendant's attorneys have stipulated to the following facts. Chandler Halderson has never been employed by SpaceX or sought a job at that company. Please proceed. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
If you believe you can testify safely and responsibly without a mask, that would be the preference if you can. If you're not comfortable doing that, let me know.
I can remove my mask.
All right, thank you very much. Please proceed.
Good morning, sir. Would you please spell your name for the record?
Yeah, my name is Stephen Farr, F-A-R-R-E-R.
And how are you employed, sir?
I work for BDO
And
USA.
What is BDO USA?
It's an accounting firm that provides tax, audit, and advisory services.
BDO, where Bart Halderson worked, not a SpaceX dude. BDO, okay?
What is your role at BDO?
I am an enterprise support supervisor.
Tell me about that job. What is that job?
So our team, I have a team of 13 individuals, and we are responsible for the firm's large enterprise-wide applications like email, instant message, those kind of things.
Sure. How big of a company is BDO?
We roughly have about 12,000 employees and partners, and yeah.
Where are you based out of?
Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Okay. Was one of your employees at BDO, I imagine you've learned eventually, but was one of your employees a guy by the name of Bart Halderson?
Yes, that's correct.
And you became involved in Bart Halderson's email and calendar and things of that sort at the request of some sheriff's deputies from here in Dane County?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know Bart before this?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. Tell me about, just briefly, the computers that employees of BDO have at home when they work from home.
Yep, so the firm kind of supplies a laptop computer. Most of them are the same, and they're given to all of the employees.
Sure. And were people working from home more frequently than usual since the pandemic?
Yes, that's correct.
Including in July of 2021?
Yes.
Okay. And Bart Halderson was one of those employees?
Yes.
The computer that Bart Halderson had at home, did it have any not ordinary security measures to it, like a retina scanner or a fingerprint scanner?
No, it did not.
Okay. In general, it was just a computer that if you could log into with a username and password?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in the course of this case, you learned that Bart Halderson had died, and you were asked by some police to essentially freeze any of his accounts.
Yes.
And at some point, police and myself and others have asked you questions. And one of those questions has been, When was the last email sent by Mr. Bart Halderson?
Objection to leading questions.
That's fine. Did I ask you a question regarding the last email regarding Mr. Bart Halderson sending from his account?
Yes.
Okay. And did you provide that email to police?
Yes.
Okay. I'm showing it's been marked in this case, exhibit number 486. Just briefly, what is the first page of this?
It is an email that was sent from myself to Brian Schunk.
Okay. And what did you indicate that you were doing in this email?
I was attaching some screenshots from Bart's last emails that were sent from his mailbox.
Okay. And we'll go to the second page of 486. Is that the email that you sent?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. I'll move 486 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
This email, did it have any significance other than it was the last email sent from Bart Halderson's account?
Not that I was aware of.
Okay. And just what is the date and time of that email being sent?
3:07 p.m. Eastern at July 1st, 2021.
3:07 Eastern?
Yes.
Okay. And have you reviewed Mr. Halderson's email account a couple times now in the course of this case?
Yes, I have.
And was that, in fact, the last email that he sent?
Yes.
So 2:07 Central?
Yes.
Showing you what's the third page of that exhibit, which is exhibit number 486. What am I looking at there?
It's his calendar, work calendar.
Sure. And what's the time range for that calendar?
June 27th through July 3rd, 2021.
Okay. And was this from Mr. Halderson's account that you locked up
Yes.
from BDO? Move to publish 486. So just looking at that second page, there's no significance perhaps to the email, but what you were referencing was the time and date that it was sent? And that
Correct.
All right. And as to the calendar, does this appear to be an Outlook calendar maintained by people at BDO?
Yes.
And so, is there any significance to the different colors that people use on their calendar?
No. Yeah, it's customizable.
Got it. And so, if we look right here, Thursday the 1st, and scheduled here just around 3 o'clock, and I'll have you read it because it's a little bit hard to see. But on Mr. Halderson's calendar on July 1st, around 3, what does that say?
Krista doctor appointment?
Sorry, you're looking at the 30th. Look at the 1st.
Chaz, MATC.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, Mr. Farr. How are you?
Good.
So a couple of questions for you. The state mentioned something about Mr. Halderson's, Bart's laptop. And that is a work-issued laptop, correct?
Correct.
So you're pretty familiar with that laptop and how it's used?
Yes.
The state mentioned something about no fancy equipment, if you will, to log into that computer. Is that correct?
Correct.
Not only did you provide the emails shown, but you provided different information to the deputy sheriff that you spoke to, correct?
Correct.
And I believe the contact person was actually Detective Schunk.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So along with emails and that calendar invite or that calendar, you also provided information on Mr. Halderson's login, correct?
Yes.
And with the login information, that's something that's generated, it's not something that Bart himself put in a spreadsheet. It's something that's generated through some kind of computer program that you use.
Correct.
Now, with that spreadsheet that you provided about the logins, could you give us a little more information on what exactly was provided in that spreadsheet?
Do you have a copy of that spreadsheet? Because I know I sent a couple, and I want to make sure
yes.
I speak
So
clearly.
actually, give me a second to get that ready for you. All right, and what is it a copy of, or what is that a copy of?
It's a copy of a couple of emails I had sent to Richard Bennett about some of the login information for Bart Halderson's computer.
And Richard Bennett, was that someone from the Deputy Sheriff's Department?
Correct.
Perfect. And does that look like a true and accurate copy of the email and the spreadsheet that you provided?
Yes.
Move it into evidence.
Any objection?
No. No.
It is received.
All right, so I'll leave that there for you if you need to refresh your recollection for that. But I believe my question was, what exactly was it that you provided with that spreadsheet?
So the spreadsheet had a record of when the laptop was locked or unlocked.
And for it to be locked or unlocked, was some kind of password required?
A password is used to unlock the computer.
And that password, is it one where you only have a certain number of entries to try before it locks you out and you have to call someone from IT?
Yes.
Do you know how many logs or how many attempts you have?
I do not offhand.
Okay. Was there any other kind of login that a password was required?
There are several applications that we have that you could use a password to log into.
And could you briefly tell us some of those, if they're included in that spreadsheet?
They are not included in the spreadsheet, no. This is strictly just the computer.
Okay, so what else does that spreadsheet have? Does it have anything else about any kind of last login that Mr. Halderson would have had?
No, it just has the login, log off, and computer restarts and shutdowns.
And is it something that you would require your employees to shut down their computer regularly?
We do advise our employees to shut down regularly.
Okay, and based on that spreadsheet, when is the last login for Mr. Halderson, or log out, excuse me?
The last log out would have been July 1st at 8:07 Eastern.
8:07 Eastern time.
8:07 p.m. Eastern.
And that would have required some kind of passcode.
That is the log off, so there's no passcode when you log off.
You just turn off the computer.
Well, your computer will either turn off automatically if you don't do anything for 20 minutes, or you can manually log off your computer.
Okay. So then that would mean that at some point, at least the computer was active roughly a little before 8:07 Eastern time.
It would either have to be active, or if you had a video playing at the same time, that would keep your computer from becoming locked automatically.
Does that spreadsheet also tell you when was the last login that would have required some kind of password?
Yes.
And when was that?
5:13 p.m. Eastern on July 1st.
So from 5:13 Eastern to roughly about 8:07 Eastern, the computer was active the whole time.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions. And I'll take that back from you.
So what was Chandler doing with his dad's computer? Because that's after both his parents were murdered. 5:13 p.m. on July 1st of 2021 to 8:07 p.m. Damn. Okay.
He could, if you wouldn't mind, he could keep it for a second.
Redirect.
Sure. So 5:13 Eastern, meaning 4:13 Central, was the last verifiable time that that computer was logged into?
Correct.
And we've had discussions about this, have we not?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any way that you can tell who logged into the computer at 4:13 p.m.?
No.
Okay. Are you able to tell at all what was being done on that computer at 4:13?
Not with these logs, no.
Sure. And have you had conversations with law enforcement regarding trying to figure out what was going on that computer?
Yes.
And are you able to tell?
Not concretely, no.
So the last verifiable time that you're able to determine someone manually was doing something on that computer is that login time at just after 4.
Correct.
Okay. And you said things could be keeping the computer active. What types of things keep the computer active for long periods of time?
So if you-
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. You can answer.
So if you were doing a training and it had a video component to it, that would keep your computer from being locked out. If you're watching YouTube and you had a video open, that would keep your computer from being locked out.
So yeah, where they were is Windsor, Wisconsin, which would be Central Time. So that would be from 4:13 p.m. on that day to 7:07 p.m., right? That's quite hectic. It's after he murdered his dad, before he murdered his mom, and beyond. Something's going on that computer. Sure.
But in terms of verifiable information on the computer, we talked about the last email that was sent. No email was sent when that computer was logged back into at 4 o'clock?
Correct.
Okay. And I'll ask it, perhaps I already have, and I hate to be redundant, but just want to make sure I'm clear. Are you able to determine, based on any of your programs that you have access to or the data you've looked at, whether anything other than logging into the computer was done after 4 o'clock? Or that time at 4 o'clock?
We weren't able to, no.
Okay. In terms of passwords, is this just the normal thing you look at when you unlock your computer? You have your username and you enter a password?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know who had Mr. Halderson's passwords?
I don't know.
In the course of this investigation, have I and police provided information to you that Mr. Halderson was a bit perhaps loose with his passwords?
Yes.
In fact, I've showed you documents in this case. I'll show you what's been admitted into evidence as 203. You've seen this document before?
Yes, I have.
And what does that appear to be?
A list of username and passwords.
And most of these usernames, you're able to tell from the initials and the name of the user who appears to be the user.
Bart.
Okay. So if Bart Halderson's password, for instance, was on a document, I'm not saying this document, but a password document or a Post-it note sitting next to the computer, you would have no way of knowing who logged onto that computer at 4 o'clock.
Correct.
Okay, so if someone wanted to log on, throw on a YouTube playlist of music and listen to music on that computer, you wouldn't know who was on there.
Correct.
Okay. Are you able to tell what Bart Halderson's password was from your data?
No.
And I asked you to try, didn't I?
Yes.
Okay, no further questions.
Any recross?
Yes. That spreadsheet that the state just showed you, were you able to determine what the password and the username were from that spreadsheet that they provided?
We tried a few of those passwords and we were not able to succeed.
And you also mentioned that there was how many logins that you were able to try before it booted you out or kicked you out?
I don't know off the top of my head.
But there was a limit?
Yes.
No further questions, thank you.
May this witness be excused
He may.
and released.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
I'll grab the spreadsheet.
And then
Thank you.
perhaps Ms. Doro and I should approach real quick to talk about that issue we had brought up a second ago.
Attorney Brown.
The state calls Omar Job.
Good morning, sir. If you believe you can do so safely and responsibly, testifying without a mask would be our preference, if you're comfortable doing that.
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead and remove the mask, and then if you want to angle the microphone so that it's directly in front of you, that will...
I was muted. The only person who literally worked at MATC. Shame. They found him and now he's going to testify. And we will hear the last call that Bart Halderson ever made. So if you are just joining now, because I see there's quite a few people, okay, happy Saturday to you that just joined recently. We are, of course, we're watching day 8 of the Chandler Halderson trial together. If you missed all the other days, they're all timestamped for you, so you can catch up anytime. And if you didn't know anything about the case, just expand the description box. You can read up about the case background there and find a link to the playlist as well. But Chandler Halderson, where is he now? You can just see his hand. He's sitting next to his attorney, but conveniently the camera, is not catching him because he's sort of hiding behind his attorney there. Chandler Halderson was 23 years old when he murdered both of his parents, his father first, then his mother. He shot them with an SKS rifle, and then he dismembered them. On July 1st of 2021, he was arrested by July 8th of 2021, and this trial took place in January of 2022. So it actually happened very quickly, and so I say that every time because I'm amazed at how much preparation went into this. This is one of the best trials I've ever watched. What do you think, right? All the evidence they're presenting and the detail and just everything within that time frame. It's really amazing. So we are right now about halfway. We've got about 2 hours left of trial footage for today. So welcome to all of you who are only joining now.
Will also help because the blowers have turned on and they create a level of background noise.
Okay.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
Sure. Good morning, sir. Would you mind telling us your name and spelling it out for the jury?
My name is Omar Job, OmarJobe.
And sir, what do you do for a living?
I work as an enrollment coordinator at Madison College.
And tell me a little bit about that job. What do you do in that job?
We are customer service that, like one-stop shop that help different departments. We support different departments like financial aid, enrollment, records, admissions, and triage order calls in different parts of, different departments within the college.
When people call, just give us a sample of last time you worked. What kind of calls are you getting?
We got calls about admissions. We walk them through how to get admitted and enrolled in classes, mostly financial aid, like I said, records, obtaining their transcripts. Those are the kind of calls that we manage daily.
And how long have you been doing this work?
Altogether, 8 years.
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
Started as a student and transitioned in different positions.
When you, do you get a lot of calls?
Yes.
Do you remember all of them?
No.
Or sometimes they recorded?
Recently, we started recording them I'd say 2 years ago.
Okay. Last year, you were contacted by the police at some point regarding one of these calls you had?
Yes.
And did you speak to the police?
Yes.
Did they ask you about a call that you maybe had with someone about Chandler Halderson in June of 2021?
Yes.
In fact, the very end of June, June 29th, I believe?
I remember the date, but
Okay.
yes.
All right. And was that call recorded?
Yes.
Okay. Have you listened to that call?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you just there's a number on the bottom. It's 496. It's a kind of an oddly designed transcript, but just even reading the first little bit of that, does that appear to be the call that you had with this person regarding someone named Chandler Halderson?
Yes.
All right. I'll take that back from you. I will move 496 into evidence, and I'll represent for the record 495 to be the call and move the call into evidence as well.
Any other objections?
No further objection, thank you.
It is received.
I think I asked you, but we played the call for you and you listened to it at one point.
Yes.
Do you have any independent memory of this call at all?
No.
Do you know Chandler Halderson?
No.
Do you know anyone named Bart Halderson?
No.
When you listened to the call, were you able to tell, though, that it was you on the phone?
Yes.
All right. So if we could have HDMI left, I'll plug my computer in.
Folks, it's been a little while since we've had just an audio recording. I'll remind you of the instruction that what you hear is the evidence. If you don't believe the transcript that's shown on the screen matches what you're hearing, you should go with what you're hearing. The transcript is provided for your convenience. Go ahead.
Sure. All right, we're going to listen to a call. Give me 1 second. Let me make sure we're queued up appropriately and the volume is on.
This should appear on the screen in front of you, sir. Mr. Job, the computer monitor should carry whatever's on the big screen so you don't have to look in that direction.
The call's about 17 minutes long, so I apologize, Mr. Job. You're going to sit there for a second, but if you need a glass of water, there's one right there, and I'll just begin playing at the beginning.
Roman Services, this is Omar. Can
you make sure the volume's up on your end?
Hi. I'm trying to get an appointment scheduled to meet with somebody to maybe just get a copy of the transcript and also a printed copy of a certificate that was earned and other degree verification. Okay. How do I get that done? Okay, for the degree, you have to download the duplicate diploma form and send it in with a check or money order of $4 for the diploma to be mailed back to you. For the transcript, you have to go online and request it. Yeah, I tried requesting online and we never got them. And I've spent I don't know how many times doing that and at $8 a piece, so I'm not willing to do that again. Why is not letting you request your transcript? It's not my system, it's your system, so don't ask me questions like that.
Sure. I'll pause it at 108.
Thank you.
May we approach?
Sure.
Hi. I'm trying to get an appointment scheduled to meet with somebody to maybe just get a copy of the transcript and also a printed copy of a certificate that was earned and other degree verification. Okay. How do I get that done? Okay, for the degree, you have to...
Sounds like the issue's not resolving, so we'll probably need to take a small break.
All right. Do you,
You can go to the main campus. We open Monday through Friday now. So you can walk there, and then someone can help you, like, process the payment, call Stern Financials to lift the hold, and then you can do or download your own official transcript.
You said after the payment, you said to lift the hold, you said call who?
It's a process. So once you make the payment, they can lift the hold right in there. Like, you can tell them, you want to request your transcript, so they will lift the hold right away.
So you said I had to call somebody.
No,
or can they do it if I stop in there?
Yeah, when you stop in, they will do it for you.
Okay. Now, if we've earned a certificate, say in that solar program,
you said
where does that get requested to?
If you earned a certificate?
Yeah.
I don't see that you earned a certificate. There were no, like, you were taking,
okay.
You were taking IT classes, right? I don't see that you were in a program.
But prior to the IT, there was a solar program too.
Yeah, but I don't see that you were Chandler Halderson. And your date of birth is March 15, 98?
98.
Okay.
Now, there was an old account that got changed to this new one, so would it be under the old account that didn't get, or did all that get transferred over?
It's soon if they merge the accounts. What was your... Do you have your old account info? Like
It used to be Halderson C at Madison College.
Yeah, normally if they merge it, they'll bring everything together. Hold on 1 second. Okay, so the name that was on that account, what was the name of that was on that account?
Well, it's the same name, Chandler Halderson, or do you see it's Halderson C at Madison College at edu.
Yeah, that's your username. That's C Halderson at Madison College at edu.
No, that's the new one, and the old one said Halderson and then C at. Can you tell if those two were combined or not?
Halderson C. No, I don't see a request for duplicate account. Normally, when I type your name, it should bring Halderson C. Let me do it in reverse, okay? If it's Halderson C, then your first name would have been. And your first name is Chandler, Chandler.
HAL, L is in Larry, HALDER.
No. So when I look you up by name, if it has a duplicate account, it bring all the names that are under that account.
Now, if they canceled one, would that show up anymore, or once they cancel it, would it be like expunged, kind of?
It will show up and then it will say deactivate. If you go to, we have a system that will show that a duplicate account was processed. Because the account I'm looking at, there was no like There was no.
How far back does that account go that you're looking at? Like when was the first class taken?
Okay, I can. Spring of 2018. Spring of 2018.
Oh, okay. So that does have all the history then.
Yeah, but I don't see that you were admitted.
I'm having a hard time hearing you.
So I don't see that you were admitted in any program.
Well, you said they were, it's the IT degrees in there, right?
No, those are just classes. Like you took general education classes and then the IT classes. You might have just took the classes but not be in the program. You have the solar. You took a solar class, physics, trigonometry, leadership and art, general chemistry. Yep, you took some solar classes, like I said. Yep, you took solar classes, but you were not in the program.
Mm-hmm. Does the internship from the spring show up in there?
Entrance from the spring of what year? I can go back.
Oh, this year, 2021. Or winter. Yeah, you do spring. Yeah.
No.
Does those normally show up in there?
Yes, if internship is part of the curriculum, yes.
Okay. Do you have an Alyssa Brandt that works in that area or anywhere in the campus?
What is the last name?
BRAN. I think it's T or DT.
You said the first name is Alyssa?
Alyssa? Yeah, ALYSSA.
No. All the brands. There's no Alyssa with all the last names that I read.
And does that check non-teachers and everything? It would be anybody on campus that works there?
There will be anybody on campus. The directory will have anybody on campus.
Okay. How about, does Daniel Spice still work there? His last name is Spice. Yeah, it's I'm trying to get the proper spelling. No, SPEITH.
You said SPEITH. No, it's not. So no.
Okay, that should do it then. Okay, thank you for your help.
Right, you're welcome.
No further questions.
Those were the last recorded words of Bart Halderson. Okay, that should be it then. And so he was going to take Chandler to MATC. And there were meetings scheduled for 3 p.m. that day. They never made it. Chandler shot his dad when confronted with this. Like, you must have been like, you've been lying about going to college? I mean, he lied for so long. Over a year, he was pretending to not only be, studying at MATC and just stalling when's he getting his certificate, where's his results, all of that, but also that he was working for American Family Insurance. None of that was true. I wonder if Bart found out everything or just about the MATC. I don't even think he found out everything. So that was very sad to hear because those are the last recorded words of Bart Halderson.
Cross-examination.
No, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You are excused and released from your subpoena. Thank you very much for your time. And jury, the break will occur at this point in time. I apologize for the delay. Who doesn't love?
Yeah, so we're not having a break now. I think it's just the judge is speaking to the jury, to the attorneys here without the jury present, if I remember correctly, and then they go to lunch. So we're not going to have lunch. We're teleporting. We are at 1 hour 50 out of 3 hours and 37 minutes of our trial footage for today.
Of meetings that are supposed to be over the noon hour. And we'll get going now that I'm able to reconvene our hearing. If you want to call the detective.
Sure, Detective Schunk, returning to the stand.
I'll remind you that you're still under the oath you swore this morning, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. I know you were on this morning, and then we had Mr. Job, and I'm going to ask you some questions about the same exhibit, which is number 498. Just quickly, if you could refresh the jury, what are we looking at in 498?
This is a Bart Halderson Celebrate report.
Okay, so the jury's back. So they took their break. The jury's back. The jury's back in, as we heard. If you could refresh, go over that again for the jury.
Okay. And I think we had talked about looking at some data starting at page 2,538, which you last testified. What were you testifying about? What happened at 2:04 p.m. on the 29th of June, 2021?
At 2:04 p.m. on the 29th of June, phone number 608-246-6210 was called for 19 minutes and 46 seconds. That was the call Bart made to Omar Job.
Okay. And there are a couple pages more of entries. Could you walk through, that is entry 110. If you could just walk through, what is entry 111 on that phone?
111 is just, it's showing the source of that phone call. Once again, showing the 246-6210 number.
And that's just data that was pulled from the phone?
Correct.
All right. When there's only a couple pages left, we'll go to the next one. What happens in what's been analyzed in your system as number 112? It looks like there's a message sent. Who's it sent from and who's it sent to?
Correct. On June 29th, still at 3:27 p.m., Bart Halderson sends a message to Chandler. It's listed as Chaz Halderson in his phone contacts. It's an instant message that says, "I spoke to Omar Job."
Then the next item analyzed in your system is 113. It's a web history. Is this exactly what it sounds like, internet history?
It is.
Okay. And what does that show, and at what time does it show it?
At 5:39 p.m. on that same date, Bart Halderson Googled Madison Area Technical College.
Okay. And 114?
114 is just showing that the search was completed through Safari.
115?
115 is just the mobile Safari cookies that are attached when you Google Madison Area Technical College.
And the same with 116?
Correct.
What about 117?
117, Bart Halderson is Googling contact Madison College. This would be like a contact list that is on their website.
And in 118, do we see the same source code essentially being repeated?
Correct.
And the same with 119 and 120?
119 is different. That's actually the web history showing employee directory for Madison Area Technical College. So Bart Halderson Googled the employee directory at that time.
Thank you. 120?
120, the associated cookies when you type that search in.
All right. Line 121, could you give us the date and time and then what was done there?
Line 121 is June 29th, 5:40 p.m. Once again, Bart is still in the employee directory.
Okay. 122?
122 is listing employee directories results, and that's at the same time on the same date.
123.
123 is an activity sensor data. This comes from the health app on Apple phones that shows July 1st at 2 p.m.
Okay. In your experience or knowledge, what is this?
So people that have the health app on their Apple phones, every hour, Apple will document, steps traveled, distance traveled, among other items that you can select to be shown in the app.
Line 124, if you could give us the date and time of that and what happened.
Line 124 is an instant message. It's July 1st, 2021 at 2:10 p.m. This is an instant message from Bart Halderson to Chandler Halderson.
And what does it read?
Bart wrote to Chandler, "I'm ready whenever you are."
Okay. The next line, 125.
125 is just a duplicate of that same.
Okay. And the very last line here, labeled as 126. What is the date and time of that and what happened?
126 is July 1st, 2021 at 3 p.m. It's also an activity sensor data. It's also just the iPhone health app reporting that there was the last activity at that time.
Okay. And that's when it was uploaded at 3 o'clock?
That was when it was uploaded for the previous hour, correct?
In your review of the records, does it appear that the uploads happens periodically on the hour basis, perhaps?
Every hour.
After Bart Halderson's phone updated the health app at 3 o'clock on July 1st, 2021, was there ever any activity on that phone again?
There was not.
Judge, if you could just turn the Elmo on, I just want to make sure I can display the relevant messages. And so again, we're looking at exhibit number 498, and we're going to start here. Is this that phone call to Mr. Job that you were talking about?
Yes, it is.
And so we have the date, time, June 29th, 2021, and then...
Interesting. So yeah, Debs, in space, you're right. I thought it was on the day. You know, don't worry. We're ironing out this timeline. That call was June 29th, they say, 2021. June 29th. It also makes sense then why they had the meeting then set for the 1st at 3 p.m. So there was a little bit of time in which there must have been some conversations, right? June 29th of 2021. So the murders happened on July 1st, which was a Thursday. Okay, so that was 2 days before. So, all right, so that's the call we just heard.
The duration of the call. You mentioned the text message shortly thereafter, June 29th, 2021, 3:27, the parties, and then that's the body, correct?
Yes.
Yes, I spoke to Omar Job. Chandler must have been like, what? Mm-hmm.
And then we start talking about looking up Madison Area Technical College. I'll just display down that page. On page 2,539. Page 2,540. I think this is what we talked about. Some of these are things he's Googling or clicking on, and some are cookies. And we get to line 123. This is the health upload that you were talking about at 2 o'clock?
Correct.
All right. And shortly after that, we see this message at 2:10 on July 1st, 2021 from Bart to Chaz. I'm ready whenever you are.
Ooh. 2:10. So objection cake, I just said to you about 1:30. You know, we're learning this as we go and we see the receipts, right? 2:10. Sure, I'm ready whenever you are. And I think that was the last recorded text of Bart Halderson, like ready whenever you are, because he was about to take Chandler back, well, to the MATC campus to address all these issues now. Wow, I'm ready whenever you are. How did Chandler respond to that? Shot his dad in the back. Then he shot his mom.
Yes.
And that was his last message ever sent?
Correct.
And then just as we saw at 2, at 3 o'clock, we see another health upload?
Yes.
And then the page goes blank.
That was the last one.
Okay. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Now, the exhibit you just testified about contained more information, more entries than you just talked about, correct?
Yes.
So you just talked about the ones that you and Mr. Brown determined relevant to this investigation, correct?
To this specific point, there's been other references to that attachment.
To this specific point, correct?
Sure.
Now, in looking at Bart Halderson's phone, it's fair to say your investigation looked as much as you possibly could on that phone for potential evidence, correct?
Yes.
That's it, thank you.
Any redirect on that point? Thank you, Detective. You can return to the table.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so let's just pause for a second and correct our timeline. I'll put a pinned comment as well. So the call that we heard from Bart Halderson to MATC, where he spoke to Omar Job, was on July 29th of 2021. So yeah, he was really starting to suspect what the hell is going on here. And he got hold of someone that actually worked there, instead of getting hold of someone that sounded a lot like Chandler, because it was Chandler. Chandler was using burner phones, and if his dad ever called, then he would clearly be, pretending to be someone else? What? It's so weird. So then, that was July 29th. And then Bart's plan was to take Chandler to MATC, which already to me indicates that, yes, we're going to confront this now. We're going to deal with it. Like, we're going to get you through this, you know? It's like offering to help him, basically. I don't think it's to drag him there to embarrass him or something. I think it would be to be like, let's just sort this out. Okay, what is going on here? So then, on July 1st of 2021, the last text message that Bart, who was 50 years old in 2021, right? And so, did I say June? June 29th, yes. So the last text that Bart sent was on July 1st of 2021. And he said, I'm ready when you are. I just, like that being his last words and Chandler being like hiding in the basement is what they think, right? With the SKS rifle. I can't even. Okay, thank you everyone. Now we messed it up again. June, not July. June 29th. June 29th, 2021. That's when the call was. Okay, so I'll put a pin comment.
Please state and spell your name for the record.
Stacey Sadoff, Stacey Sadoff.
And what do you do for a living, ma'am?
I'm a digital forensics examiner.
With who?
With Wisconsin Department of Justice.
What does the digital forensics examiner do?
We do several things, but to make a long story short, we will look at electronic evidence, so cell phones, computers, thumb drives, tablets, and pull information from those devices and then conduct analysis.
What type of specialized training do you have in the area of digital forensics or phone analysis, things of that sort?
Yes, so I have done training through multiple softwares, digital forensic software specifically.
Now, this is the lady we want to hear from, right? Ooh, a digital forensics examiner. Now, what was Chandler watching on YouTube? What was he Googling? I know we want to know. They already told us a little bit in the probable cause affidavit what he was Googling. And he was looking up body parts Wisconsin before any body parts were found. Okay, so we already know that little bit. So I'm very, Yorkshire Lass says Uncle Google and Auntie Safari. We are very excited to hear what on earth was Chandler doing, because I think no wonder they left these witnesses till last, right? I think there's still a few witnesses today. But this is the state's final witnesses on this day, on day 8 of the trial. Remember, the trial is from January of 2022.
That I've done on and off since I started in 2013.
I'm showing it's been marked in this case, exhibit number 466. Is that your CV?
Yes.
All right, I'll move 466 into evidence.
Objection.
It is received.
Were you asked to become involved in the case of Mr. Chandler Halderson and the homicides of Bart and Krista Halderson?
Yes.
What types of things did you do in the investigation?
So in this investigation, I was asked to do cell phone extractions.
Sure. There were a few cell phones brought to your attention in this case?
Yes.
Were you able to access all of them?
No.
What goes into whether you're able to access a phone or not in your job?
So with forensic software, newer phones, we oftentimes struggle with getting into them if they're password protected. So in this case, some devices were newer than others.
The older the device, the more likelihood that you're going to be able to get into it?
Yes.
Do you stay up to date with the newest technology and trying to break into these iPhones?
Yes, I try.
And it's fair to say Apple is constantly combating privacy issues with their phones and trying to develop phones that can't be broken into.
Yes.
Okay. And it's a back and forth.
Yes, one wants that for security, but not for criminals. Got to break into those cell phones and then figure out what the heck they were doing. I'm telling you, man. One day they're going to be like what they were looking up on ChatGPT or Grok or something, right? What they were using AI for. Can you imagine? One day, a true crime trials. I'm sure it's not far away. And then let's say, for example, Chandler was looking up what on ChatGPT. Imagine that history. For now, we've got Uncle Google, okay?
Forth sometimes.
Correct.
Okay. So amongst the phones that you were able to access in this case, was one of them the phone of Krista Halderson?
Yes.
So I'm showing you what's been received into evidence as exhibit number 385. And what does that appear to be?
One of the phones that was submitted.
All right. And that has a sticker on it, in fact, indicating that you looked at it or someone in your department.
Yes.
And I'm showing you it's been marked, and the received into evidence is 387. Found with this phone, what does that appear to be?
Driver's license.
Of who?
Of Krista Ray Halderson.
Got it. So with Krista's phone, were you able to perform any sort of extraction?
Yes.
Okay. And you placed that on.
Remember that Chandler Halderson wrapped his mother and father's cell phones in paper towels and foil. Like, you put the phones together with their driver's licenses in the middle and then wrapped it in paper towels and foil and then put that in his mother's shoe and thought, no one's going to know. That's pretty weird. People were saying, why would he not just, you know, throw the phone in the river or do something like that? But it's probably because he was, you know, thinking of, in the unlikely event he had to use those phones again and pretend that they'd been kidnapped or make up some other elaborate lie. You see, Kerry, you and I need coffee. You said, now that we know that Bart called the college on the 39th, you see, that's what I'd be saying, the 39th. So the 29th, yes, of June. You said, I really think Chaz called Omar mistaken and then said he had a meeting on the 1st of July. Yes, I think we all need coffee, right? Don't worry, everyone, it's Saturday, okay? If you're watching live with me, it's a Saturday. And we're doing the Grizzly stamina trial because we are on day 8 in a row. Normally when there's a trial, we do 5 days in a row and take a little break. So you guys are doing amazingly, okay? So thank you all for being here. Let's do our best to focus because this is going to be interesting.
It's transferred electronically, essentially, to prosecutors and defense attorneys and things of that sort?
Yes.
Okay. Just showing you 374. Does that seem to be labeled the extraction of Krista's phone?
Yes.
Okay. I will move 374 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is received.
In this case in particular, as you extracted the phone, did you provide that data back to the detectives who were working on the case?
Yes.
Okay. Sometimes you review all that data yourself and look for things?
Correct.
But in this case, a good deal of that work was done by the detectives?
Yes.
Okay. Another phone I'm going to ask you about is a phone belonging, or that was purportedly Chandler Halderson's old phone. Were you able to review something that you believe to be one of Mr. Halderson's older phones?
Yes.
And
started as we're on the record for the
why do you think it
gallery.
was an older phone, or what gives you that impression?
This statement is going to be made one time.
The phone was an older make and model as compared to another phone that was submitted that was a newer make and model.
Okay.
No camera.
And
I don't even know. There was this background noise. They're speaking to the media room or something. Okay, sorry about that. Try to focus.
No phones and no
the course of I think what the jury's heard.
There are violations of the decorum.
If that phone was found in a desk drawer with other phones, that's consistent with people where they just put their old phones.
Regardless of your interest in this case.
And did you download that phone as well?
With either side, it applies to the media, it applies to everyone that's in the
particularly, I ask you, when you download a phone and when you develop information related to those phones, are you able to see what the passwords are?
All right, we'll have the jury brought in.
Sometimes.
In this case, were you able to see what
Both
Krista
sides can
Halderson's
make opening
password
statements.
was?
Yes.
And were you able to see what Chandler Halderson's old iPhone password was, the phone?
What is happening on the stream?
We'll start with the state's
found
first
in his
witness.
room?
Yes.
And what were they?
I don't recall the number off the top of my head, but they were the same.
They were the same
Everybody
password?
can remain seated when
It's literally part of the court feed. It's so weird. It's part of this court feed. I'm just going to wait 203:44. I just want to see something.
I would say.
Yeah, see, it stops. It's just strange. And this this one is from Law and Crime. Like, what? Okay, so 304, sorry. Wait, 203. 203. Let's go back a little bit.
Phone number, what kind of extraction was conducted.
Sure. And in this document, can you show us where the breakdown is between the different phones? You said it's all of them?
On page 2 of my forensic examination report, it breaks down the 3 different phones that were submitted.
Understood. Okay, thank you. One moment, I'm going to page through, make sure we have all of the documents in. We're going to have the detectives testify in a second about some of them, but just give me 1 second. And just referencing again, 267, regarding that passcode, would it help to look at this report to remember what it was?
Yes,
You looked at a lot of data, didn't you?
I did.
Okay. So if we're looking at page, on exhibit 467, starting with the iPhone 6 that we've identified as the phone found in Mr. Halderson's room, it's on page 4,933. Are you able to determine a passcode there?
Yes,
And what is that?
2568.
And then if I turn to page 4,936, this is identified as Krista's phone that you downloaded. What's that password?
2568.
The extractor was 574.
574. That's not what you said according to two people up here. Yeah, cross-examination, please.
I love that the judge's snark there is like, this exhibit number is 574. It's like, it's not what you said according to two people here. He says with a smile though. He's so sweet.
Thank you. So, just want to clarify something. Earlier, you said that the documents that you just reviewed with Mr. Brown regarded all of them. When we're talking about all of them, we're talking about cell phones, correct?
Yes.
And what is all of them? How many cell phones did you review?
3.
So in particular, we just talked about 2 right now. We talked about an iPhone 6 that was identified as an older iPhone that belonged to Mr. Halderson Chandler, correct?
Yes.
Then we talked about a newer iPhone that was identified as belonging to Krista Halderson, correct?
Yes.
These both have the same passwords.
Yes.
And then there was a third phone that was, and whose phone was that?
Believed to be the defendant's.
So whatever phone he was using now.
Correct.
You believe he's using now?
Yes.
And those were the only phones that you were asked to extract data from?
Yes.
Out of curiosity, how many phones have you extracted data from? Just a rough number. In general, not just in this case.
Okay. I would estimate between 500 to 1,000.
A lot of phones.
Yes.
And you said that sometimes you can get a full extraction from phones and sometimes you cannot, correct?
Correct.
And I believe that it has nothing to do with, or it might, but for the most part, it just has to do with whether a phone is newer or older, yes?
Yes.
Newer phones have more protection, more safety components, yes?
Correct.
And they're protected by passwords, yes?
Correct.
Now with the passwords, sometimes you're able to get the password on this extraction from the phone and sometimes you're not, correct?
Correct.
And you may not have the right answer for this. I don't think there's a right answer, but out of curiosity, how many times do you think people use birth dates as passwords?
I would say more common than a random.
Don't do that. Don't use your birth date as your cell phone password. Pick another one, guys. Be safe.
Number.
How many times have you ever seen the password as 1111?
If I had to estimate, maybe 15%-ish of the time.
It's up there, yeah? No further questions, thank you.
Redirect.
The phone you were not able to access, what model was that?
What model?
Yeah.
It was an iPhone. I don't recall the specific model.
Was it newer than the other ones?
Yes.
And I think, is that the one that you believe to be Mr. Halderson's phone?
Yes.
Using whatever technology you have and whatever password breaking software you have, were you able to break into that phone?
No.
No further questions.
May this witness be excused
Yes.
and released?
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your
Don't worry, we're going down this digital rabbit hole.
time. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you.
1 second, please, Counsel. Folks, we're going to take a recess at this point in time.
Just as I asked Mr. Schunk some
we're
questions
not.
about messages on Bart's phone, were you asked to review the downloads that were performed by Ms. Stacey Sadoff, who just testified, the download of Krista Halderson's phone?
Yes, I was.
And specifically, were you asked to look at text messages on that phone?
Yes.
Okay. Showing what's been marked in this case is exhibit number 499. Does this appear to be some of those messages that you were able to download, specifically more recent to the homicides?
Yes.
All right. And these are in what we call conversation mode?
Yes, they are.
And briefly, if you could explain conversation mode again for the jury, this is from Cellbrite?
Yes, it's a Cellbrite extraction report of the text messages between Krista and Chandler. And then the conversation view, it actually just appears easier to read. The color is different from the sender and receiver.
Looks a little bit more like a text message.
It does.
Okay. I'll move 499 in evidence and ask to publish it starting at page 3,558.
Any objection?
Nothing further. Thank you.
It is received and may be published.
All right, I'd ask for the Elmo to be turned on. So what we're going to do, I'm going to work with the lighting for one moment. So in green here, is that Krista?
Yes, it is.
All right, and in blue, we're going to see Chandler.
That's correct.
So we're going to start essentially 7 days prior or around 8 days prior to when we're talking about everything happening. So on June 23rd, 2021, just to get us used to what this looks like, could you tell us what Krista says to Chandler?
Good night, Chandler. Love you.
Right. Mr. Halderson responds essentially, good night. And then this email or this text message. I'm going to read it. Let me know if this is correct. HR rep and me are having to attend a board meeting online this afternoon. Our meeting will be online around lunch. I do not have to leave. Sent on June 24th, 2021.
That's correct.
Mrs. Halderson responds, and can you see that?
Yes, I can.
All right. Could you read that for us?
Have Dad coach you and have in the wings to help you. Please let him support you or I will come home so I can.
Okay. June 24th, Mr. Halderson responds, sounds good. He's here saved in Krista's phone as Chaz.
That's correct.
Okay. And then same day, a bit later at 1:10 p.m., I'm waiting in the room for him now.
Your Honor, I'm just going to object as leading.
Okay. We'll go to the next
Sustained.
question or the next text on the 24th of June at 1:10. What do we see from Krista to Chandler?
Would you like me to come home?
How does Chandler respond that day at 1:15?
I'm all set.
And slightly after that?
I got a list of things from Dad and a bunch of tips.
Staying on the 24th, a message from Krista to Chandler. Now we're at approximately 2:31. Can you tell me what that says?
If you need to pick up check, I can come home. Just ask.
At 3:13.
This is to Chandler from Krista. Any news?
And then from Chandler or Chaz to Krista Halderson, June 24th at 3:26. What did he say?
I don't need to go anywhere because I have a board meeting until the end of the day.
And then on June 24th at 3:27, that last message, what does that say?
From Krista, did it get solved?
Again, staying on the 24th, a message from Mr. Halderson shortly after that at 3:27. What does he say?
Pretty much just need some approvals and signatures.
Now we're on to June 28th at 1:02 p.m. What does Krista Halderson say to Chaz?
Were you able to make an appointment with MATC?
Again, June 28th, now at 1:02. What does Mr. Halderson say to Krista?
No, there's a line I might be able to skip, so I'm exploring that option.
Then the next, or now we're on to June 30th. Here at 7:22 in the morning, what does Krista send to Chandler?
Thank you for waving. You made my day. Happy face emoji.
Mr. Halderson responds shortly after, saying what?
No problem.
I mean, he's really as cold as ice to his mother, huh? She's like, good night, love you. He's like, good night. Thank you for waving at me. You made my day. No problem. It's just horrible. Oh, man.
And then what does Krista say at 7:30 p.m. or a.m. on that day?
Love you lots.
On the 30th, message from Krista to Chandler.
Come see us when you are done.
It's at 5:19 p.m.
That's correct.
Mr. Halderson responds with what?
Okay.
Now on to July 1st of 2021, a message from Krista to Chandler at 1:38 p.m. What does that say?
Hope things are going well. Thinking about you. Happy face emoji.
On July 1st, 2021 at 2:34, how does Mr.
That was on July 1st. The day of the murders. Hope things are going well. Thinking of you. Love you. What?
Mr. Halderson respond.
Going well, thanks.
And what does Krista respond at 2:34 on that day?
With a happy face emoji.
At 3:19 p.m. on July 1st, 2021, what does Chandler text his mother?
Dad's phone died. Text or call me.
And really, Dad died because he shot him. Isn't that so crazy when you see this timeline like this?
Shortly after, another message.
Yeah, from Chandler to Krista. And get soda on your way home. I have an extra hour of work.
And Krista responds.
Okay, I can. Happy face emoji.
And that's at 3:22 on July 1st, correct?
That's correct.
On July 4th, there's no messages. Well, on July 4th will be the next message we'll look at. There's a message from Chandler to Krista on the 4th of July at 11:02 a.m. What does that read?
Hoping this goes through. I bet there's a lot of people up there.
Shortly after, he sends another message. What does that say?
Making it hard to message.
And on July 4th, shortly after that, at 11:04 a.m. So the last message from we just looked at was 11:03 and 7 seconds.
That's correct.
At 11:04 and 23 seconds, Krista Halderson's phone texts Chandler's phone. What does that say?
Made it safely. Can't get anything through. And yes, it's packed. Going to White Lake today for the parade and will be home Monday night, Tuesday early. Love you lots.
Remember, she didn't send that message. He sent that message pretending to be her. They were murdered on July 1st of 2021. And so here he's pretending that they went up north to that cabin. But remember, here he messed up the date because he said going to White Lake today for the parade. But the parade happened on the 3rd. He even mentioned that in his police interrogation, you know, when he said, oh, you know what's like really fishy is that they said that they were going to the parade on the 4th, but it actually happened on the 3rd. And detectives are like, yeah, that's weird. By the way, I took myself off screen because twice. The first time was to beg Mr. Grizzly for coffee, and the second time was to accept the coffee. So thank you to Mr. Grizzly. I was like, I'm messing up my timeline and everything. I need coffee now. So thank you so much, Mr. Grizzly.
The use of the last phrase, love you lots, with exclamation points, that had occurred at other times in the messages with Krista and Chandler?
Yes, it had.
That was a phrase she used?
It appeared so, yes.
No further questions.
Cross-examination. Thank you. Detective Sims, just so I'm clear, that text exchange was extracted from Krista's cell phone?
Yes, that's correct.
So is it safe to assume that you or someone in your investigation looked at all of Krista's text exchanges on her phone, not just the ones with Chandler?
That's correct, we did.
And anything else you could look at on the phone you looked at, correct?
That's correct.
That's it, thank you.
Can you redirect?
No.
Thank you, Detective. You can go back to your seat at the table.
Could you please state and spell your name for me?
Courtney Ripp, COURTNEY RIPP.
And what do you do for a living?
I am a criminal analyst for the Wisconsin Department of Justice.
What do you do in that job?
I keep muting myself. Criminal analyst. Yes. Oh, like a timeline lady. Okay, we want to hear all the tea. By the way, we are 2 hours and 18 minutes into our footage, and the total time of footage today is 3 hours and 37 minutes. Thank you so much all for being here with me on a Saturday, watching a trial from 2022. That's amazing.
As part of my job, I take in copies of original records and make them into visual displays, and that can look like chronological reports, timelines, or cell phone tower maps.
Have you been involved since early on in the case of Chandler Halderson and deceased individuals of Krista Halderson?
I have.
And have you worked in conjunction with folks in law enforcement and in your work?
Yes, I have.
Specifically, maybe these detectives over here?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Showing what's been marked in this case is exhibit number 435. What is that?
This is my CV.
I'll move 435 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received, and I'll have the record note that it was Detective Sims and Schunk that counsel was referring to.
Do we remember? I'm sure you do. If you don't, you got to check it out. The Crime Analyst. Crime Intelligence Analyst from the Letitia Stark trial. Kevin Clark and his timelines. The timeline guy. Remember? That was amazing. So I can't wait to see this lady's timeline as well. And just sorting out and debunking, you know, all those lies that Chandler told.
So that the record reflects which detectives.
Thank you. Can you tell me a little bit about the training you undergo to do your job?
As part of our training, when we first start, we work with a senior analyst who goes over how to do the specifics of our job. They also review all of our products before we send them out. I've also received training from the cell phone companies themselves on how to interpret their records. We are in constant communication with them as things change and shift and how they send us stuff and how the technology upgrades. And I've also taken a class through the FBI about cell phone analysis.
Tell me more about that class. What does that entail?
It really just kind of went over everything that I had already personally experienced, which is the basics of how a cell phone tower operates, the basics of what the individual companies send us with their records, and what those mean and how to in turn map those out.
So, in the course of your duties, have you had the opportunity to look at iCloud records?
I have.
Sherry, I hope you mean you're binging them and not... I hope you're not bonging them, okay? Are you binging the earlier days of the trial? You said, I'm just horrified. Did he ever say where his mom's remains are? He didn't. He didn't ever provide that information. So that's terrible.
What is iCloud?
iCloud is the system that is native to Apple products, and it is what they use to offer backup services. So long gone are the days of, losing everything with your phone. It can now be backed up to the cloud, and they offer it for free to a specific size, and then after that, it's a paid subscription.
When you say the cloud, just explain what that is.
Really, it's a bunch of servers that are housed in warehouses and other places, big computers that store your information.
Now, if I own an Apple iPhone, you say automatically I get a free iCloud account?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That account I have, does everything on my phone get backed up, or does it only when I choose things, or can I deselect things?
The user selects what they want to back up, and they can change that at any time.
What are the types of things that one could choose to back up or choose not to back up affirmatively in their phone?
Anything on your phone, honestly. You can decide your contacts, your text message content. Photos are probably the most selected. Any of your applications you can choose to back up. Mail, your email accounts, and notes, different things like that. Anything that's on your phone, you can choose to back up.
And is that something that someone with a phone, they don't need some advanced training to know how to do that? If you go into your settings, you'd be able to figure that out.
That is correct.
In this case, where you provided an iCloud response from a subpoena that was issued by law enforcement regarding Chandler Halderson's iPhone?
I was.
So while maybe the jury's heard in this case, we weren't able to access with a password his phone, you were able to access his iCloud, his backup.
That is correct.
And did you receive that?
I did.
Okay. So I'm showing you what's been marked in this case as exhibit number 454. What does that appear to be?
This is the certification of the records from Apple.
Got it. And those are transferred to law enforcement, and what is this labeled?
It is a USB device that contains the Apple/iCloud records.
And that's 455?
Yes, it exhibit 455.
I'll move 454 and 455.
No objection.
They are received.
Now, what types of things did Mr. Halderson have backed up in the cloud?
Images, notes, the contacts. I believe that there were some bookmarks that had been saved, and I don't recall everything else.
You mentioned notes. What are notes?
The notes is a section that is, you can use it as a notebook. So I use mine for grocery lists, but it's just a free space where you can type in whatever it is that you want.
And did Mr. Halderson have some notes?
Yes, he did.
Showing it to be marked in this case is exhibit number 456. What does this appear to be?
This is a print-off report that shows the content of the various notes that were contained in that return.
And are these in date order, starting oldest to newest?
That is correct.
Could you tell us?
Do you make notes? I think I used to have a note or two. I just checked my phone now. Do I have a note? I don't have a note. But how weird is it that Chandler Halderson made a note after murdering his parents that he needed to like move his stuff upstairs, get a job? I mean, it's a little late for that dude. Yeah, within a week you were arrested.
Tell us what date range these are all in. So the oldest one, then just look at the last page and tell us what the newest one is.
The oldest one is from February 1st, 2018, and the newest was on July 5th, 2021.
Okay. And so I'll move 456 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
There are quite a few notes here, right?
There are.
Would you agree that the majority of those are mundane things like lists of things and links and jokes and things of that sort?
That is correct.
Okay. In the course of the investigation, some of those have become more relevant than others?
Yes, they have.
Okay. And for instance, there's one highlighted on the first page, which in the actual page numbers is page 3,174. Could you just read from left to right kind of what you're seeing there and then tell us what that note was?
The first column shows the email address, the name associated with that email address. The date is August 6th, 2019, and it is at, in military time, 18:14:45, and it says dad debit 0730.
Got it. And so appears to be dad's debit and then a 4-digit number?
Yes.
Okay. Taking you to page 3,176, there's a few notes highlighted there. Would you mind these are all from on Chandler Halderson's phone?
Yes.
Okay, we don't have to read those. Would you mind just telling us the date, the time, and then what the note said? We'll just start from the top.
Okay. On October 12th, 2020, at 10:28:26, the content says, jobs need GPA, transcripts. On the same date, October 12th, 2020, at 18:26:10, college recourses.
And recourse is spelled with a C?
Yes. On November 23rd, 2020, at 12:46:31, Daniel letterhead with GPA on PDF.
And then moving to page 3,177, could you tell us the date, time, and the contents of that note?
July 1st, 2021, 17:11:03. Weekend chores, H2O2, lemon, door handles, move your shit upstairs, get a job, clean floor.
On the day of the murders, he made that note. H2O2, lemon, he wanted hydrogen peroxide, he wanted lemon. Move your ish upstairs, get a job, clean the floors. Wow, okay. Richard, you got to check out day one, right? Or just check out the timestamps if you're looking for someone specific.
These notes are in fairly small print?
They are.
Okay. I'm showing what's been marked as exhibit number 458. Have you seen that before?
I have.
And what is that?
That is the last note that I read, just listed out.
And just read that again, if you could, the contents of the note.
Weekend chores, H2O2 lemon, door handles, move your shit upstairs, get a job, clean floor.
Understood. And I'll take that back from you. In military time, this is listed as 1711.
Yes.
So in our time, or what we're looking at, most people conventionally use 511?
Yes.
Okay. In this case, you were...
Most people in America. For us in South Africa and Europe, I mean, that's not called military time, it's just the time.
Also asked to look at Google records obtained and certified by the Google Corporation, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And did you obtain those for date range starting sometime before the 1st, but all the way through the arrest of Mr. Halderson on the 8th?
That is correct.
Showing you what's been marked in this case is exhibit number 442, all the way through the last one's 459 or 449. Do those appear to be the Google activity for Chandler Halderson at gmail.com?
It is.
And is that from the 1st all the way through the 8th?
Google activity. We want to know. Uncle Google, tell us everything.
It is.
Okay. And a question for you. Well, I'll move 442 through 449, excuse me.
No objection.
They are received.
On exhibit number 442, which is Chandler Halderson at gmail.com activity from July 1st, there's not much there, but what do we see?
There are various YouTube searches that are listed here with the link and the title of what it is specifically that they watched.
Say it.
YouTube is a company owned by Google?
That is correct.
Okay. So if someone goes on YouTube and watches something, that would log onto their Google account associated with their email?
That is correct.
Okay. Are there any searches
Even if they have multiple accounts, just like Chazzy Boy over here.
performed that day or any other Google activity that you're able to see?
No.
What could account for there not being any searches there?
There were no searches conducted or that the information had been deleted.
And do you know one way or another which one it was here?
I do not.
Okay. So 442 is July 1st. On July 2nd, 443, exact same thing?
Exact same thing. Different searches, different videos watched, but only the YouTube history.
444, July 3rd, same thing?
Same thing.
445, dealing now with the 4th of July. What are we looking at there?
Again, YouTube searches and YouTube history.
446, dealing with Google activity on July 5th. What are we looking at there?
YouTube history.
447, July 6th, again, more YouTube history.
That is correct.
On 448 and 449, July 7th and 8th, we're able to see more information.
That is correct.
All right. So let's start talking about exhibit number 448.
Yes, let's start talking about it, okay? Carnival exhibits. We know he was watching YouTube all weekend while doing his weekend chores. It is weird how he said weekend chores, H2O2 lemon, and then door handles. Door handles. Interesting. What? Okay, door handles. Move your ish upstairs, even though he made a couch for downstairs. But okay, move what? Are you moving things upstairs? Yeah, get a job. Get a job and clean floors. Okay, but he was watching a lot of YouTube.
General, there's a few pages of things here. A good deal of these entries. Let's start with, is he searching anything on Google?
There are searches that are listed here in the maps section. So directions to specific places.
Can you tell me what those were and what time they were searched on? And this is again, July 7th?
July 7th at 9:36 and 38 seconds in the morning. Irwin Road, Cottage Grove, Wisconsin was searched. And then the next second later, so at 9:36:39 a.m., there were directions to that address. Irwin Road, Cottage Grove, Wisconsin.
Okay. There's a good deal of entries here that are Google Maps. Is that what happens when a user starts looking into the map interface?
That is.
Okay. Moving into 10 in the morning or so, are there some more Google searches?
Yes.
Tell me what those Google searches are.
At 10:19:57 in the morning, White Lake Police Department. White Lake Township Police Department. At 10:20:15, White Lake Police Department, Wisconsin. And that was searched several times. White Lake Township Police Department. Again, that continues several more times. At 10:21:44, Wabeno Police Station. 10:22:31. It's a homepage for the village of White Lake, Langlade County, Wisconsin. At 10:22:40, there was a personnel directory lookup in the village of White Lake in Langley County. At 10:24, there was an area that was viewed in Google Maps. At 10:26 a.m., the search term BDO. 10:41 a.m., BDO's Madison CPA firm was a link that was selected. 10:58:40, BDO Madison. 11:33:04, Sawyer Lake, Wolf River, Wisconsin. Several different locations were viewed in the Google Map application. At 12:25:36, there was a Google search for Zimbrick Volkswagen repair shop near me, with a follow-up of the Zimbrick Volkswagen of Madison Service Center. And that address was then utilized in the map application. At 13:51:19 p.m., Sawyer Lake, Wolf River, Wisconsin directions were pulled up. Lots more map activity. At 14:03:18, there was a Google search for 4200 police code. 14:08:38, radio codes, signals, Rhode Island. And then at 15:23:26, the search term AICPA was put in several times.
And that was all on July 7th, 2021?
That was all on July 7th, 2021.
Okay, and so we have 1 day left. Fair to say,
AICPA, American Institute of Certified Public Accountants. Okay, so that's what they said there. Let's just go a few seconds back here. Sorry about that. I just want to go like there. Do you hear the last bit?
13:51:19 p.m., Sawyer Lake, Wolf River, Wisconsin directions were pulled up. Lots more map activity. At 14:03:18, there was a Google search for 4200 police code. 14:08:38, radio codes, signals, Rhode Island. And then at 15:23:26, the search term AICPA was put in several times.
and that was all on July 7th, 2021?
That was all on July 7th, 2021.
Okay, and so we have 1 day left.
Just had to clarify that date, double this in there. Just what? July 7th, the day he reported his parents missing. He's looking up the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants. He's looking up BDO, the company his dad worked for. He's doing a lot of, map time with the Google Maps there. What? I mean, wow, okay.
Fair to say, Exhibit 449, which is July 8th, it includes some YouTube entries, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And not looking at those, but what was searched either in Maps or Google searched, could you go through that, give us the time, and then...
Okay, we've got to pay attention. Also, remember he told Jane Hilgendorf, Krista's best friend, that he didn't know the numbers to call when they were searching that day, actually. They were searching out there at the cabin, the family cabin up north, remember? But yet he was literally searching all of that. He was busy Googling all the police numbers, all the police codes. He was probably listening to a police scanner at that point as well. Very strange. Okay.
Just walk us through what was searched that day. It's on July 8th, 2021.
So July 8th, 2021, 9:44:30 a.m., body found Wisconsin. 9:44:41.
Pause. July 8th of 2021 is the day he got arrested later. But on this day, he's already in the morning searching body parts found Wisconsin or body parts Wisconsin. They hadn't found any body parts yet. He was searching this before they found Bart Halderson's remains. Bart Halderson's torso was found at approximately 3 p.m. on that day, July 8th of 2021. So for him already in the morning to be searching this, oh, that's so incriminating, right? They only found Krista's partial remains, which were her legs, on July 14th of 2021, and that's already after he was arrested. He was arrested on the 8th.
Women's body found in Wisconsin. 9:44:50, Wisconsin dismembered body found. 9:45:07, State versus Peter T. Capuzza, Wisconsin court system. 9:45:25, dead body found in Wisconsin. 9:45:40, body found in Milwaukee River, 2021. There.
Oh my word. Body found in, that's what he searched. Body found in Milwaukee, did you say Milwaukee River? Wisconsin River? 2021. So we could speculate, as we have before, where the rest of Krista's remains went.
Is a search for a Journal Sentinel online article. At 15:12:46, Bart and Krista. 15:12:49, Madison area couple last seen a week ago may have headed to, and then an ellipsis.
I lost you.
It's the three dots.
Ellipsis.
Yeah. At 15:12:54, Madison area couple last seen a week ago may have, and then it cuts off. These seem to be all links that were related to the search. 15:13:48. They got picked up and left with another couple. Son not sure. 15:13:51. They got picked up and left with another couple. 15:15:01. Update. Dane County authorities need help searching for missing. 15:15:05. Dane County authorities need help searching for. And then there are various entries in here for map searches. And it doesn't specifically say the area that was viewed in the map application.
Understood. And in 449, when you read the Google searches, body found Wisconsin, Wisconsin dismembered body found, those were actual searches performed in the Google website, essentially.
That is correct.
And when you read those longer descriptions, such as Madison area couple last seen a week ago, what do those appear to be?
Those appear to be links that returned as a result of the search. So in this particular instance, the Google search itself was Bart and Krista, and then the ones that followed were links that were clicked on related to that search.
Sure. Judge, I would move to publish 449 just to display that.
Remember that morning, he did 3 media interviews. We listened to that on day. Ooh, it's time-stamped. I know on day 2, we saw the ring cam footage. I think it's on the day of the police interviews, day 4. Go check it out in the timestamps. But you heard the 3 media interviews where he didn't want his face on camera, but he allowed them to audio record him. And so he was relaying the story to them. And I think he was doing all these searches because on that day, the same day, later that day, July 8th of 2021, so that he could check, are they buying my story? Is this what they're reporting? Is that what the media is putting out? So that's also why on that day he'd be Googling that, because he's now, he feels in control. He's told the media the story. Now come on, media, get your reporting. Where are all these YouTubers talking about this? I don't know if at the time they were, I didn't see. But yeah, I think that's what he was doing.
So again, we're looking at exhibit number 449. And as we go through this, for instance, that's what you're referencing when we talk about a YouTube video.
Ooh, YouTube links. Look at that. Okay, so Cato said, did anyone catch the other case Chandler looked up? Yes, it was State versus Peter Capuzza, which is Kapuza. So here's a summary. Peter Capuzza was convicted of the murder of his cousin, Wivano Wambashi Capuzza, in Wisconsin in 1999. It's a very odd case that he looked up there, hey? Here's a summary of the case, okay? So crime and discovery. Wivano Capuzza, a visiting student from Tanzania, was murdered, and her dismembered remains were found in garbage bags along the shores of the Wisconsin River near Spring Green. The body parts were discovered in July of 1999, by a woman picnicking with her children. The killer had removed the skin from her face, head, and neck, making identification challenging. Peter Capuzza, Wivano's cousin, was arrested and charged with first-degree intentional homicide and hiding a corpse. During the trial, Capuzza denied the accusations, claiming he loved his cousin like a sister. However, evidence against him included DNA linking him to the crime scene, particularly on a toilet where blood and tissue were both found. So that is what happened there. They said the case gained some attention due to its gruesome nature, the use of forensic techniques like 3D skull reconstruction, and Capuzza's defense strategy. It's been covered in various true crime shows and forums discussing the legal and forensic aspects of the case. I wonder how much, I've been wondering all along, how much true crime was Chandler really into? Not that much, because he's not that smart. But, you know, when he immediately went to buy like bags of ice, I just wonder how much of Jeffrey Dahmer he studied. Obviously, Jeffrey Dahmer, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, like hello, same area, you know what I mean? So the reason I say that is because Jeffrey Dahmer used to put his victims in the bathtub or in the shower and then cover their bodies with ice. And later he would dismember them, right? So I was just like, damn, that's like, I wonder, I know Kat liked to watch true crime as well. So I wonder if they watched it together or studied it together or talked about true crime. I wish we knew more about that as well, right? If Kat is ever ready to talk and she wants to talk to us. My email is grizzlytruecrime@gmail.com. You never know. You never know if somebody wants to, right? Because I just wonder about that. And even looking this up, State versus Peter Capuzza. I mean, what? Very interesting. Gerardo says, I know for 100% for sure that he was not a grizzly. He is most definitely not. Okay, so here we're going to see some of these YouTube searches. It looks like an ADAR, but it's what? An escape from, oh, okay, that's his video games, yes. Wow, he's really just searching the video games. And then obviously Wisconsin dismembered body found. There's State versus Peter Capuzza, Wisconsin court system. Interesting. Okay, so here we go.
Yes.
And this might be a video game, essentially, that's being looked into.
Correct.
Okay. And so when we say Google search on this side right here, I'll move over so everyone can see the time at 9:44. That's the item that was searched. Body found, Wisconsin?
That is correct.
Okay. And what I'll do is I'll zoom out just a tad so that that time is visible, and I'll just slowly move the exhibit up to display the whole thing. And so as we get down to the bottom, these are these the links that Mr. Halderson or his Google account clicked on?
That is correct. Okay. You can see after the google.com / it changes from search to the URL.
Understood. Which differentiates from the actual Google search for something like body found with Wisconsin, which is /search and then the query.
Correct.
I'm going to draw your attention to one of the searches or one of the links, which is the State versus Peter Capuzza. Did you in fact go and find what that was, that link that was clicked on?
I did.
In general, what was that?
It was the court case involving a man who was accused of murdering and dismembering a female relative of his and the way he dealt with the remains.
Okay. And there were some legal issues related to that.
Correct.
Okay. And we're not going to talk about the legal issues, but I'm showing you Exhibit 357. Is that the Court of Appeals decision that was clicked on in that link after Mr. Halderson looked into State versus Peter Capuzza?
It is.
Okay. I'll move 457 into evidence.
No objection.
457?
Yes.
It is received.
This legal decision's many pages long. However, I would ask the witness, if it's okay with you, Judge, to read simply the first paragraph starting with the description of the judge who wrote the decision, just that entire first paragraph, and stopping at where it says background.
Is it from the opinion or is it the editorial summary?
It appears to be the editorial summary at the top.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, it may be read.
And so I'll have you start with the name Peter Capuzza and read from that point forward. You do not, I think it's okay if you do not read the statutory numerical sections as you go through it. I think
Thank you.
That would be hard to understand.
Peter Capuzza was convicted of first-degree intentional homicide and hiding a corpse with intent to conceal a crime. The prosecutor presented evidence that Capuzza killed his cousin, Wivano Mushambe.
You can use
Capuzzi, M.M. Capuzza, cut up her body, and disposed of the parts in the Wisconsin River. Capuzzo argues that the trial evidence was insufficient to sustain his convictions and that evidence relating to a trained dog, which allegedly detected large amounts of human blood residue in Capuzzo's apartment, was improperly admitted. We conclude that the evidence was sufficient to support Capuzzo's convictions and that any error in admitting evidence related to the dog was harmless error. We affirm the convictions.
Thank you. So when we talk about the Capuzzo decision, going back to Exhibit 449, 9:45 in the morning on the 8th of July, correct?
That is correct. It was at 9:45:08, yes.
Now, in this case, I think you started, we asked you what you did for a living, and you mentioned that part of your job is mapping and timelines and things of that sort.
That is correct.
We talk about mapping. We talk about cell phone mapping.
That is correct.
Is that something you regularly do in your job?
It is probably the most common thing that we do.
Okay. In cell phone mapping, you're concerned with tower records, cell phone tower records?
Yes.
Okay. Talk to me about how cell phone towers work.
Typically, there are 3 sides to a tower, and the side of the tower that's used is going to be the strongest tower that the phone chooses to be able to support a communication. So when we get phone company records back, it gives us a side of the tower that was used that gives us directionality for possible travel and things like that. They typically keep records, the cell phone companies typically keep records for their own business purposes, who people are communicating with, the times that are used, how long the communications last. And they keep all of that so they can provide better support to their customers. The tower ranges typically for 3 to 5 miles, but it can cover as far as up to 10 miles, depending on the area, what the population is, what the needs are of their consumers. So in more urban areas, you're going to have less coverage, but you're going to have many more towers. Then in rural areas, you're going to have fewer towers that have much larger coverage areas.
When it comes to cell phone records, do you need to activate your phone? Do you need to do anything affirmatively on your phone throughout the day for it to be connecting to cell phone towers?
Not necessarily.
Tell us about that.
So throughout the day, the carrier is constantly sending updates to your phone to figure out where you might be. Your phone may be reaching out to get updates for different applications that might be utilized on your device. But your phone is always reaching out to figure out what tower is going to provide the best strength and the best support for the next communication that you choose to make.
Do sometimes, in a very short period of time, do sometimes phones connect and reach out to multiple towers?
That is correct.
And in those cases, you're able to determine directionality and distance based off 3 different locations or 2 different locations?
Possibly, yes.
And does that assist you in providing a perhaps more precise location of where someone is?
It can.
Okay. Cell phone tower data itself is an approximate location, or is it an exact location of where someone is?
It gives a general side of the tower that's utilized for a communication. So again, that coverage can go anywhere from 0 to up to 10 miles, depending on that particular tower. So it generally gives us a side of the tower.
Are we concentrating, everyone? Are we awake? On a Saturday. We've got less than an hour left. Thank you so much all for being here. There's 4,130 people here. Thank you so much for watching this trial with me on a Saturday.
That is used.
Is it always the same? If you and I both have Verizon and we're sitting in this room together right now, is it always the same exactly whose phone's connecting to what tower in an urban area?
It should be.
Does it always work out that way?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay. Sometimes when looking at cell phone tower records, do you see towers that are maybe way off in the distance blink on for moments and then go away and never be used again?
I do.
What does that mean, or what does that look like?
It could jump back to an earlier data session for a moment, or it could be that the tower really isn't the best, to support that connection. So then it jumps off to a different tower to maybe handle the rest of that communication. More often we see that with data records.
In this case, the relevant phones of Bart.
Sorry to pause it there. For Chandler to look up this random, like 1999 case, very strange. Also, if he was looking it up to try to see what went wrong there, how did that guy get caught or prosecuted so that he could avoid that? Well, dude, technology came a long way since then, as he can see at his own trial here. Damn. Like, look at all the evidence they have against him. It would never work out that way. And he made a lot of mistakes, a big mess. It was just horrific. So
Krista Halderson, Chandler Halderson, and even Chandler's brother Mitchell, that was all U.S. Cellular?
That is correct.
Okay. And U.S. Cellular tower data was collected via subpoena and provided to you in this case?
It was.
And I'm showing you exhibits number 438, 439. What does 438, the top one, appear to be?
It is a certificate of authenticity from U.S. Cellular.
And is that what they provide when they turn this data over usually?
It is.
And 439?
It is a USB drive that is labeled U.S. Cellular phone records.
I'll move 438 and 439.
No objection.
They are received.
When these records are received, are they in an easy to view fashion, or do you have to do something to them to make them, to be able to comprehend what they're saying?
U.S. Cellular records are a little bit tricky. They do come in an electronic format, so they're easy to open up, but you do definitely use the training that you have received over the years to be able to interpret those records a little bit better. The most common thing to do is to adjust the time zone so they're all in Central Time.
Sure. And you said mapping at the beginning. What do you do? What does that mean to you when you take tower records and you're going to map them? What is that?
So we have a list of towers that are provided by U.S. Cellular that lists all of their tower locations and the degrees which each sector of the tower covers. And when we match up the phone records, we use the tower that they provide in the phone records and match it up to the tower list and just connect it to the same tower name. And then we're able to use that latitude and longitude and the sector that's indicated to determine how it's mapped out.
And when we talk about the map, what is the map? Is that your own created map, or what map do you use to overlay this data onto?
The map layer that is shown most commonly is Google Maps. And we can change that to reflect satellite imagery, where you see the roads and the landscape, trees, and such.
When doing mapping, do sometimes you use Snapchat records?
Yes.
Specifically Snapchat location data?
Yes, we can.
Talk to me about Snapchat. When you're talking about mapping, we talked about cell phone records. What does Snap add to the puzzle sometimes?
So Snapchat users can select whether or not they want to share their location with all of their friends, some of their friends, or no one. And when you do that and you open up your Snapchat to actively use it to message or post a story, whatever you may be choosing to use, Snapchat is collecting your location information. So anything that has a latitude and longitude provided with it, we can generally add to our maps with the cell phone location data.
Sure. Is this data more precise or less precise than cell phone tower records?
It is more precise.
Sure. Is it always...
Joy, you make a good point. Maybe the Kapuza case came up as a link when he searched dismembered body in river. Yeah, you're right. But then he probably thought, wait, what? It's not original. No, this happened before, unfortunately. So maybe that is why then he went and looked at that, because it's just so weird to think that he's looking that up. I don't think it was a manual search. If it was, that would be strange. That makes sense. Part of his dismembered body in river search.
Is exactly spot on?
No.
Tell me about that.
So there are areas of accuracy with any precision locate. So even if you open up your phone and you open up your navigation app, it may show you off the road. So there's always an element to you drifting off of where you actually are. And it's based off a number of things. And that can include the number of satellites that are used in the area, if there are any blockages or obstructions, like trees, buildings. And it can also depend on how your phone is connected to the network as well. If you're connected to a Wi-Fi network, it's going to be more precise because Wi-Fi networks are small, and therefore you have to be closer to it to be able to connect. So more precise.
When you map Snapchat records, if we think of it as like a dot on a map that you're pointing down, do you ever come across records where those dots will be in one location and then you'll see a random one way off in the distance, which maybe couldn't exist unless someone was teleporting there, and then it appears back at the spot it's been the whole time. Have you ever seen that?
Yes.
What is that called, or what is that?
It's something that's referred to commonly as drift. And so again, it just, depending on how well connected your phone is to the network or how visible it is to the satellites or different ways that it's using to narrow down your location, you could drift away from where you actually are.
For that reason, is it important to look at the number of times that Snapp is locating or updating your data into the system?
That is correct.
Okay. So did you obtain records from Snapchat in this case regarding the location of Chandler Halderson's Snapchat account or his phone that was connected to that account?
I did.
And is that certification exhibit number 440?
Yes.
And does 441 appear to be the USB containing those records?
It does.
If you could for me, on 440, on the second page, are you able to identify the username that this file was in regards to?
It is related to the Snapchat account Chazzle Dazzle.
Okay. I'll move 440 and 441.
Chazzle Dazzles. Can you imagine? That's what he called himself on Snapchat. Chazzle Dazzle. Wow. I mean, my goodness.
And evidence.
No objection.
It is received. They are received, I should say.
Thank you. So we talked a lot about the cell phones and we talked about Snapchat. You did do some mapping in this case.
I did.
Okay. Showing what's been marked in this case as exhibit number 573. What does that appear to be?
This is the work product that I created that shows the summary of all of the mapping.
Okay. And is 436 essentially a container for the USB containing that map?
Yes.
All right. I'll move 436 and 573 into evidence.
No objection.
They are received.
And I'd ask to publish.
You may.
I'll need the left
HDMI.
The screen in front of you is going to come on. We're going to be able to look at some images together.
Maybe we should warm up for this by playing a little map time song. Okay, here we go. Okay, and we are back. Someone says Chazzle Dazzle the jock strap cowboy. Where's that? Kim? Yeah, that's one of the email addresses he made up, right? Jock strap cowboy. Wow. Okay, here we go.
All right. So let's just talk about this first page. What are we looking at there?
This is just my introductory slide that shows a list of all of the telephone numbers that I reviewed. The tags indicate that there is a chronological report associated with that. And it gives the refresher that sectors are represented by that pie-shaped icon and that they're drawn out to represent 1.5 miles. And that's not necessarily the area of coverage by a particular tower. It's just for visual representation. And there's also a notation that the device that was used by Bart Halderson had no outgoing communications or data records associated with it after approximately 2:30 p.m. on July 1st, 2021. The device used by Krista Halderson had limited activity on July 2nd and was active for a short time around 11:02 a.m. on July 4th, 2021, which corresponds with a text message exchange.
Excellent. And so as we go through this, when we see that the sector symbol or that pie-shaped icon, we're talking about that directionality from the tower that you talked about?
That is correct.
When we talk about, and eventually we may get to data from Snapchat, how is that depicted on these maps?
There will be a legend that indicates it's going to be a circle shape.
Okay. And you were asked to look into July 1st, 2021, all the way through the date of Mr. Halderson's arrest on the 8th.
That is correct.
Okay. So let's start on July 1st, 2021. We'll walk through this slide if we could. What are we looking at there?
You can see the legend on the left-hand side indicates the colors associated with each individual's phone records. This shows all three phones for the duration of July 1st. You can see that the red and the green sectors representing Bart and Chandler, and the small circles They're kind of clustered together near the icon for the residence. Those all seem to stay somewhat stationary, but you can see that the purple sectors travel down to the Madison area, between the residence and the Madison area.
Understood. And so when we look at this piece of data, there's a notation where all of those clusters are at the very top, just top center. It says Bart and Krista's residence. Is that one of the locations that you were provided to map out that was important in this case?
I was.
And there's a couple of those, are there not?
Yes.
And you were provided that information by detectives?
Yes, I was.
Some of these we're going to look at animated maps. Tell us about what an animated map is when we talk about cell phone records.
So what that allows us to do is look at the records as they occur in somewhat real time. So it plays them along so we can see the context surrounding those locations before and after and where they go in between.
Sure. And when it came to picking which time periods to map out, you worked with detectives and me, essentially, to figure out which ones were maybe more relevant?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to click on, see if I can do this right. So here we have an animated map on July 1st, 2021 from around noon to midnight, so the last 12 hours of the day. And are we going to see all of these folks, Chandler, Krista, and Bart, are we going to see their cell phones when we look at this?
Yes.
Because it's the first one we're looking at, I'm just going to ask you a couple questions. That purplish color at the bottom, is that Krista Halderson?
That is.
And the green, is that Chandler Halderson?
It is.
And here he's near his residence, essentially.
Yes. Okay. And the red that showed up, that was Bart's device. And you can also see that the towers that they utilize the most when they're at home bounce between 2 or 3 different sectors of various towers. And those provide the best coverage at that time for those communications.
And Mr. The timestamp that's in those sectors, is that in fact the actual time that those records are from?
Yes.
Okay. So we're now moving to 4:20 p.m., 4:30 p.m. around this time?
Yes.
Okay.
And fairly soon you will start seeing Krista's phone utilizing towers that end up covering her residence.
So these portions where they're quiet and they're just showing where all the phones are going, I've sped it up 5 times. So it would have been 5 times slower on the original presentation.
And again, you can consistently see that the Snapchat locations and the cell phone tower usage is consistent with the devices being at the residence. And we're getting close to 9:00 p.m. And 10:00. $11. And that was the last location.
Going to the next map, we're still on July 1st of 2021. What are we looking at here?
Because that first map showed all 3 phones for the same time frame, I split them out. So here we can see a little bit closer up view of Chandler's location records, whether they're the Snapchat, which you can see a little bit clearer as the small circles, and the green sectors.
When you talk about the Snapchat circles, it's our first time maybe getting a closer look at them. Are they just underneath the little icon for Bart and Krista's residence?
Yes, they are.
And there's a cluster there?
Yes.
Okay. And so is this Chandler throughout the day?
It is. So it shows consistent data session tower coverage from about 12:29 a.m. through 11:17 p.m. There are a few calls that took place, including an incoming call from Krista at 3:19:39 p.m.
Going to the next slide, we're still on July 1st. I think you said you were going to separate folks out. Is this Bart?
This is Bart.
And what's notable about this slide, or what can you tell us?
So as it was summarized on the first slide that I read over, there is no cellular activity related to this phone number or this device after 2:33:32 p.m. Otherwise, it shows consistent usage throughout the morning into the early afternoon, with data sessions starting as early as 12:40 a.m. And you can see that there were 3 phone calls that utilized these towers.
Next slides, now we're on to just the isolated view of Krista on July 1st. Tell us what we're looking at there.
This one.
So they just said that at 2:32 p.m., there's no more activity on Bart's phone after that, on July 1st of 2021, right? And he had texted, Bart had texted Chandler at 2:10 p.m. So 20 minutes before that to say, I'm ready when you are. Damn, okay. Sure.
Shows very clearly the movement of the phone down to the near east side of Madison from the home. So you can see that she left the house around 7:29 a.m. and arrived approximately 10-ish minutes later, starting to utilize some of those towers off of Highway 151. And you can see that that tower was consistently utilized until 4:56 p.m. And then there's the travel back to the residence, with the data sessions picking back up at 5:12:33 p.m. and utilized close to midnight.
Sure. Despite the phone being used, you're not able to tell in your work who was using the phone after 5 p.m. that night?
That is correct.
I asked you to put Mitchell Halderson on this slide, correct?
You did.
And Mr. Halderson was the whole day nowhere near the residence?
That is correct.
Okay. Going into the second, tell us what we're looking at here.
It's the same sort of pattern, a lot of usage around the residence. There is one change in it, that the tower to the south is using the western side of the tower to support communications or data usage in this particular instance between 7:07 and 7:22 in the morning of July 2nd. But the rest of the tower activity is consistent with being at the residence or near the residence.
For the entire day?
For the entire day.
The one data session that occurs that you were able to map, it's from 7:07 a.m. to 7:22 a.m., the one that's a bit farther away from the house, the Google overlaid street map lists some businesses, does it not?
It does.
And what businesses directly in the center of that sector?
Fleet Farm.
Again, sticking with July 2nd, what are we looking at there?
This is the activity for Krista's phone on July 2nd. You can see that there are no longer data sessions related to that device after 6:41 in the morning.
Again, same question, you're not able to tell who's using that device at that time?
That is correct.
Same question as before. I asked you to just throw Mitchell Halderson's location on there. Again, he's in the Verona area that whole day?
That is correct.
Let's talk about July 3rd. Saturday, July 3rd, 2021. What are we looking at here?
This one is a little bit busier, and it covers just from midnight until noon on July 3rd. And the way that this kind of plays out is that there's a lot of activity around the home until about shortly about 9 o'clock in the morning. And then the phone travels down along the lake near Madison, heads up northwest. And there are some data sessions around that area that has a box surrounding it. And that is activity that occurred from 8:26 a.m. till 9:02.
This is when he was at that area along the Wisconsin River where he left his mother's legs. He probably also put the rest of her remains in the river based on his Google searches, is what we're gathering now, right? But yeah, that's what he was doing that morning on Saturday, July 3rd of 2021. Wow.
2 a.m. Then as you follow that around to the north, there is a tower that's utilized across the river, very towards the top of the map, that's utilized for a phone call. And then you can see it shifts back down to tower 550101, and that one's utilized for the next call. And then you can see that the phone then travels back to the residence and then heads actually down to the Madison area from 10:35 until 11:51 a.m. So it's kind of like a big circle.
Sure. And we're going to look at this map a little bit further. But here we only see Chandler and Chandler's Snapchat. Was there any activity from Krista Halderson or Bart Halderson's phone that day?
No.
And nothing would appear on this map?
No.
Okay. And then just so everyone is looking at the map and can see everything, again, you labeled Bart and Krista's residence on that map?
Yes.
All right. The area that has the box around it, the black box, are we going to look at that further and a little bit closer in?
We will.
And is that the area around Prairie du Sac or just north of Sauk City, Wisconsin?
Yes.
Okay. And then just so everyone's reference, that very top tower that only had one entry at one point, that's just south of Devil's Lake?
Yes.
Okay. You were asked to animate from 7:30 to 9:30?
You know, they say that the current in that Wisconsin River is very strong, so they put their divers in there and it was just too dangerous. So it's just sad because this will help, I think, to narrow down where could the rest of his parents' remains be, right? But unfortunately, they didn't find anything else. They found Bart Halderson's torso, they found Krista's legs, and they found bone fragments in the ash trap at the house, and that's it. Shame.
That is correct.
All right, and we'll look at that.
So again, this just shows kind of in real time what these records look like to give more context, and it's probably easier to understand than listening to me try to describe it.
I think you're doing a fine job, but I'll just note, here you've put an additional label on. So we have Bart and Krista's residence labeled, and then there's another label by Prairie du Sac. What does that say?
It says remains found approximate.
And was that the location given to you by detectives?
It was.
Okay.
What is different on this animation versus the static map will be the arcs that are drawn out away from the sector. And those are an approximate distance that was provided by the cell phone company.
So when he's up there, yeah, he went to dispose of his mother's remains.
In dealing with this day, still on Saturday, July 3rd, that location far to the left in which it appeared that Mr. Halderson's phone moved and stayed for a good period of time in the morning, did you do some closer-up imaging of the tower records as it relates to that location?
I did.
Okay. And tell us what we're looking at here.
So this map shows the towers that cover that particular area and were used by the device. You can see that there's pretty consistent usage from approximately 8:26 a.m. through 9:02:38 a.m. And you can also see that there is an arrow pointing near the red icon, and there are some there's a very small dot in there that is a Snapchat location, and there are 2 entries for that particular location.
Which is a screenshot that Kat, his girlfriend at the time, took when he was there because she thought that's weird. And she thought it's weird because he had apparently cheated on her in the past, so I think trust wasn't, fully there. So it's like, what is he doing out there? When he's obviously pretending to do something else, like doing chores or whatever the hell he's doing. So yeah, this was part of his chores, clearly. This was, when he was out there, she saw on Snapchat that hubby, as she called him on Snapchat, was out there.
And you mapped that in-app and took out the cell phone data so you could see that more clearly?
I did.
And is that what we're looking at in this slide?
It is.
And if we look at the very bottom of the screen, is that the location where you've been indicated by detectives to place the remains found?
It is.
Again, staying with July 3rd, so again, we're still on Saturday, July 3rd. This is the other half of the day, the afternoon into the evening?
It is.
What are we looking at here?
This map shows the device traveled up to the Portage, Wisconsin area on the evening of July 3rd. So around shortly after 10:15, the device started traveling north, utilizing towers along the way, and stayed in the Portage area from approximately 10:37 p.m. to 11:03 p.m. And then it returned back to the area of the residence closer to 11:24 p.m.
And you animated this as well?
I did.
All right, let's take a look at that. From 10:30 to 11:30?
Yes.
Yeah, look at him go from the house. I sped this up.
And again, if you could explain those arcs that we're seeing.
So the arcs are an approximate distance from the tower, and that's the cell phone company's best estimate as to where the device may be. And they give it to us in miles and segments thereof. And so when you have more of them intersecting at a particular location, that gives more credence to their accuracy of that particular distance from the tower. And so you can see as it gets closer to the tower, you can see the lines get closer within the green sector. As the device tends to move away, you can see them expanding out away from the tower, which again, it just gives a little bit more directionality.
It's interesting because he said on Saturday, the 3rd of July, gotta flap my paper here quickly, hold on one second. Saturday, the 3rd of July, that was when, so on Friday night, he said he spent the night alone. On Saturday, he told his girlfriend that she can come over, but she had to come back the next morning. So I think at that point, because she came over, I think she brought dinner. And so he obviously made her leave and come back the next morning. She spent the night on Sunday after the fireworks and all of that they watched. Okay, so on Saturday night, he probably said bye and then got in the vehicle and went there to Portage, Wisconsin, is what I'm understanding. Are you also understanding that? So what was he doing there? I'm sure they would have searched that area thoroughly. But yeah, sadly they didn't find any more of his parents' remains.
Again, you mapped Mitchell Halderson that day. He was in the Verona area all day.
That is correct.
Talk to me about July 4th. What are we looking at there?
July 4th, Krista's phone has activity for the first time in several days, and it's only for a short time frame. The rest of this map is showing Chandler's device usage, where the device seems to travel down to the Madison area, where it stays for just over 2.5 hours, and then it tends to travel over to the Cottage Grove area, where it is from approximately 3:43 p.m. to 6:51 p.m.
Which matches when he went on July 4th to Cottage Grove to Krista's property to spend, July 4th afternoon with, so it was Chandler and Kat, his girlfriend at the time, her brother, the brother's Tinder date apparently, Chris, Dulce, and Chris's family that was there on Chris's property at Cottage Grove that you could see down here. And then he went back to this area by himself the next day. And that's when he disposed of his father's torso and the bin and the tarp and the bag of bloody rags, as well as the murder weapon. Wow. So yeah, this makes sense. Okay.
And then it returns back up to the residence around 7:29 p.m. And again, in the details of the next slide will show what the communications within that black box.
Sure. And we'll go to that next box. Here, you've mapped the residence area on July 4th, 2021, from 11:02 a.m. to 11:09 a.m. Is this the first time, I think you said in several days, you see Krista's phone have activity?
That is correct.
And what can you tell us from this slide? What are we looking at?
Krista's particular tower usage was inclusive of some data session records that occurred from 11:02 to 11:04 a.m. And this is also where there was an outgoing message to Chandler's device at 11:04:23.
And was that the message listed there? Made it safely, can't get anything through though, and yes, it's packed. Going to White Lake today for the parade and be home Monday night, Tuesday early. Love you lots.
That is correct.
Okay. That message was sent from Windsor, Wisconsin.
It was.
Not White Lake, Wisconsin.
That is correct.
Briefly going back to the last slide before we move forward, the location on the bottom right of that screen on the 4th of July from 3 to just before 7. We're going to talk more about that location as we go further in other days, but that's the general location of the Irwin Road Farm?
It is.
Okay. All right. Again, I ask you to map Mitchell. He was in the Verona area all day?
Yes.
Talk to me about July 5th. What am I looking at here?
So July 5th shows the device activity for Chandler's phone. It appears that it was pretty consistent at the residence throughout the day until about 4:30 p.m. And then the device tends to move south along the interstate and heads out to the Irwin Farm address until about 6:54. Then it heads back to the Madison area where it stays for a while. You can see some activity from 7:10 to 8:34 p.m. There's some call activity there. And then it appears to return to the residence around 8:52 p.m.
Bart and Krista, their phone's not active this day at all?
That is correct.
Okay. And you animated that trip down to what you described as the Irwin Road property. You animated that, and it goes from 4:30 to 9 o'clock?
Yes.
All right, we'll take a look at that. So this is, again, July 5th, Monday.
Spit it up 5 times. So that's when you went to Chris's property alone. The
And
creepy
again, with
swimming
the
time.
arcs, when they start to intersect, that tends to give more credence or more weight to the approximate location of that particular device.
In case anyone's having trouble seeing, would you mind telling us about the time we're at now?
It is about 6:30. And we are approaching 7 o'clock. And you can see the device is starting to head away from that Cottage Grove area. And we're at 8 o'clock.
And as we approach 9 o'clock, it appears that phone ends up back at the home.
Yes.
Same day, we're still on Monday, July 5th. What are we looking at there?
This is a particular time frame of noon to 4 p.m. on July 5th. And it shows that the device is consistently at the residence with data sessions active pretty consistently from 12:05 p.m. to 3:59 p.m.
Sure. And in fact, just to be clear, I'm the one who asked you to put this map together?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you what's been marked in this case and received as exhibit number 536. You may not have seen these before, but these appear to be text messages between someone named, what is the top?
Hubby.
And who?
And Catherine.
All right. And I'll represent to you that it's been testified in this case that these are messages between Chandler and his girlfriend. Just briefly, could you read through the first couple of pages of those and you can just start with the start time there and then read through?
July 5th, 2021 at 12:35:05 p.m. The message says, 1 sec. The response from Catherine at 12:35:08, okay, okay, then another response at 1:31:46 p.m. Text me when you get to your appointment. The message from Chandler says, yes, dear. That is at 1:32:30. The response from Catherine at 1:33:25, good boy. The response from Chandler at 1:40:09 p.m., thanks, B. The response from Catherine at 1:40:24 p.m., 1:40:26, I love you. 1:40:30, it's gonna be okay. 1:41:05 from Chandler. Either way, you and me are gonna be happy. 1:59:37 from Catherine, very true. Response from Chandler at 2:01:53, made it a bit ago and checked in. 2:01:56 from Chandler, BRB.
So they're obviously showing that his cell phone was near the residence the whole time. And yet he's pretending to have this doctor's appointment and all that crap.
2:09:12 from Catherine, you got this, B. 2:18:56 p.m. from Catherine, yeah, question mark. 2:19:18 from Catherine, am I picking you up? I'm off at 5. 2:20:19 from Chandler, just need you to know because I have horrible reception. And that same message is resent at 2:22:10 p.m. At 2:22:43 from Catherine, okay. At 2:22:52 p.m. from Catherine, do they gave Wi-Fi? At 2:23:07 p.m. We can snap if that's easier. At 2:23 p.m. from Chandler, no connection to even load Snapchat. At 2:23:42 p.m. and no Wi-Fi. 2:23:54, but I can still get your iMessages. At 2:24:17 from Chandler, no connection to even load Snapchat. 2:24:17 p.m. and no Wi-Fi. From Catherine at 2:24:34, that's good. 2:24:42 p.m. from Catherine, and weird that they all gave it. 2:24:46, have it. At 2:24:54 from Catherine, but maybe it's your carrier. From Chandler at 2:25:26, I'll try and get it on. And that message is received or resent at 2:27:18 p.m. At 2:31:21 p.m. from Catherine, let me know what happens. At 3:25:08 p.m. from Chandler, hi hun, 3:25:10, heading home. 3:25:48, they took an x-ray and CT scan, nothing bad on the x-ray.
No, they didn't.
No, I appreciate you doing that. And just clarity of the record, we're talking about exhibit number 536, and just confirm the date again for me.
It is July 5th, 2021.
Essentially in the afternoon.
That is correct.
Did you perform an animation between 12 and 4 p.m. on that day?
I did.
Let's take a look at it. If you could read off the times as in increments, if you could.
So we're approaching 12:30. One o'clock. Two o'clock. Three o'clock.
The phone stays in the same general vicinity as the residence during that time period?
Yes.
Okay. Going back, because again, we're staying on July 5th. In the bottom right corner of this overall map of Mr. Halderson's locations on July 5th, there's a square. Is that around the Irwin Road property?
It is.
And were you able to look at that a little bit closer for a trip out there in the afternoon and into the evening of July 5th?
I was.
Okay, we'll go ahead. What are we looking at there?
This specifically shows only the Snapchat locations that occurred during that particular time frame. You can see that they start around 6:08:16 p.m. and the last one on the screen is at 6:53:32 p.m.
Sure. And I think we talked about it earlier, but I'm going to draw your attention to something specifically here. In the Snapchat list of data points here, for instance, there's the first one, which is at 6:15:42 p.m.
Yes.
If we look far right across that big farm field in another farm, it looks like, at 6:15 and 28 seconds, so just 15, 20 seconds before, there's a couple times where it hit right there.
Yes.
What do you believe that is, or do you have any opinion as to what that looks to be?
It could be an example of the drift. It's claim, the accuracy on it is fairly good, but again, it can be the accuracy of the overall location itself can be thrown off due to various things, obstructions from buildings or trees, the lack of, the possible satellites that are around, what kind of connection it has, the device itself has to some sort of network, whether it's data or Wi-Fi, things like that can throw it off.
So on 3 different occasions on that farm on the right, there appeared to be a data location that came through.
Yes.
And you put that on the map?
Yes.
Because you put everything on the map that you got?
Those are the records.
Okay. On the far left, there's more Snapchat locations on that side?
Yes.
Okay. And did you zoom in on that side?
I did.
All right. Tell me what we're looking at there.
So this, again, is just showing up a closer satellite view. So it adds more context to where the locations are. You can see that there are several locations associated with the circle to the south on the map. Several of them are kind of stacked up in between each other with varying levels of degree of accuracy associated with them. And it takes part in kind of a small time frame, within a matter of 8 seconds. And then there's one location that's captured on the driveway or just around that area near the driveway at 6:08 p.m.
Do you know, so we talked about cell phone records are constantly maybe reaching out and talking to the phones.
Mm-hmm.
Is Snapchat doing the same, or is this when people affirmatively use the app, or do you know?
It's when they're using the app.
Okay. So if Mr. Halderson's Snapchat the app would not have been opened on July 5th, we wouldn't just see these naturally as some sort of handshakes that the system is performing.
Correct. That's my understanding of it.
Okay. And for some clarity's sake, the dot that you put for the Irwin Road farm, to the left of that, it appears to be an actual blue dot on the screen. That maybe is the swimming pool that we've heard about in this case?
That's what I've been told.
Okay. Again, I asked you to map Mr. Mitchell Halderson. He stayed home all day?
Yes.
Let's talk about July 6th. Tell us what we're looking at there.
July 6th shows the movement of Chandler's device from the residence, and it moves fairly early in the morning. You can see the locations down at the south part of the map near Madison. There are data sessions there occurring shortly after 5 a.m. And then the phone does move back up to the residence where it maintains its location until that evening, where there is a trip down to the east side of Madison area near the interstate. And then
I was wondering now, what? July 6th is going back down to where the farm is, but he did tell Kat that he went there. He said it was though at like 10 in the morning or something. That's an early one. Anyway, he said he went there on July 6th, but that no one answered. That he couldn't really get in there. So he did go back. He was there on the 4th. He went back by himself on the 5th, and he went back by himself again on the 6th, trying to get access to the farm, but was not granted access that day.
it returns back to the residence.
Sure. I think you mentioned, and just so there's some clarity, there was you said an early morning trip kind of into the downtown area?
Yes.
What time does it appear that trip, if you had to give a range based on the records that you have?
The gap in the data sessions near the house are from 4:32 a.m. to 5:37 a.m. So it would have been around that time, which matches with the tower location that I highlighted at 5:05 a.m.
Understood. Again, I asked you on July 6th to just map where Mitchell was, and he was home again?
Correct.
On this day, we see a couple of things from Mitchell's phone listed there. What do we have?
There are some outgoing calls or one outgoing call to Bart and one outgoing call to Krista.
Let's talk about July 7th. July 7th, 2021, Bart and Krista, their phone's not active.
Correct.
And they weren't active the day before.
Correct.
Okay. What are we looking at here on July 7th?
So these records are showing us the movement of the device down out to the Irwin farm. Again, this time it occurs between 9:30 a.m. and 11 o'clock a.m. Then the device seems to remain consistently at the residence throughout the evening.
Okay. And did you animate the trip down to that?
He really tried to go back to that farm a lot, huh? 5th, 6th, 7th, he's up and down, trying to go there. He was there on the 5th, as we know.
At Black Square, the Irwin Road area?
I did.
And that's from 9:30 to 11 a.m., and we'll watch that together.
I wish there were surveillance cameras there. I think this was the day then that he told Kat he couldn't get in, because it was around 10 in the morning.
That location.
Which is still crazy to think on July 6th then, of 2021. Okay, so let's back it up. On the 1st, July 1st of 2021, he murdered his parents and dismembered them. On July 2nd, he went to Fleet Farm. Already on the 1st, he went to buy 2 bags of ice at Quick Trip. July 2nd in the morning, he went to Fleet Farm. He said the cat could come over for dinner, but then she could come back the next morning. But then we just saw from the presentation today, he headed out again. And he went to Portage, Wisconsin that evening, late in the evening. Wow, okay. So, wait, I have to look at my little scribble of a map here. So that was July. Friday, he was alone that night. Saturday, Fleet Farm. Cat came over for dinner, and then he went and headed out. Then on Sunday, the 4th, he actually went to the farm, Cressa's farm, right? The girlfriend's mother's fiance's property. And they had like lunch there for July the 4th. And then later he went to Krista's co-worker's house, Dan's house, to go and watch the fireworks. And then that night on July 4th, Kat slept at the Halderson residence in that, couch fort area. Although he says later she went to, I think, sleep in his room alone. I don't know if I believe that, but okay, couch fort. And then, see, on the 5th, he went out to Cressa's property alone. But they just showed us on the presentation he went back again at like 6 in the morning on the 6th. And then again between 9:30 and 11 on the 7th. So he went there a lot. He was arrested on the 8th, okay? On the 8th, he was arrested because they found Bart Halderson's torso there at the farm, the property he was so busy with. And he'd accessed on the 5th by himself and freaked everyone out, clearly. So Wow. I mean, this was very interesting data, right? I think it would have obviously taken time to analyze all of this. It was Kat's Snapchat screenshot that actually helped to find Krista Halderson's remains, partial remains, where they found it, because she had found it's weird that he's there. So later, this data backs up everything. It shows, it proves. I mean, the defense won't be able to. How will they? You know, what can the defense ask? Because they have the Snapchat from Kat and all this data from his own phone backing that up. I mean, what?
In that black box down there, Irwin Road, were you able to see some of those sector lines a little more clearly in that location in this mapping than perhaps you always are?
Yes,
Okay. And you did some closer ups of that location?
I did.
So here we're looking at general time period around 10 in the morning. I think the earliest is 9:57, all the way through maybe 10:14 or so. What are we looking at there?
So these are primarily the data sessions that were used during this time by that device. And you can see that there's a number of arcs that kind of intersect all at one point, and that happens to be near the location where I have the marker identified as Irwin Road Farm.
And if we go to the next slide, sticking on July 7th, is that a closer up of that farm?
It is.
And those sector lines intersecting?
It does.
On that day, I asked you to map for Mitchell Halderson as well.
Yes.
Again, he stayed in the Verona area all day?
Yes.
He had some activity, though, on his phone related to calling Bart and Krista?
Yes.
What times did he make those calls?
11:45, 4:50, 5:47 p.m., 8:27 p.m., and 9:12 p.m.
Moving to July 8th, 2021, the last day that we're going to talk about. Just what are we looking at there?
This shows that the device activity related to Chandler's device, and it remains consistently at the residence up until about 4:15 p.m. There are no records between 4:15 and 7:55 p.m., but then you see the next data session towers that are utilized are down in the Madison area.
At the police
In
station.
fact, that tower might be close to where we are right now.
Yeah.
Quite likely.
Okay. In the vicinity of the Dane County Jail.
Yes.
Okay.
Where he lived until the trial, and now he's in the Dodge Correctional Institute, a prison, and he is in there with Chris Watts, because Chris Watts was transferred there from Colorado. So, yeah, Chandler Halderson and Chris Watts are in the same prison. Can you believe it? Okay.
Could you talk to me about Mr. Halderson's activity on his phone that day? I think you have listed in that box on the right.
There were some incoming and outgoing calls to and from Mitchell.
There was outgoing at 10:10 to Mitchell, incoming at 12:58, and outgoing at 4:12?
Yes.
And then there were two other outgoing calls that day?
Yes.
And if the jury's heard evidence in this case that two calls were placed to law enforcement officers that day, would that account for two possible calls that were outgoing that day?
It's possible.
Okay. I asked you to map Mitchell Halderson that day,
Yes.
and he did some stuff that day.
Yes.
Where does he appear to go?
He went north, likely up to the area of the cabin that Krista and Bart had. He left his general residence.
Sorry. Mitchell, yes, okay. They're showing Mitch. We saw the body cam from when Mitch was out there with the police searching the cabin based on Chandler's lies, based on his lies.
This area shortly after 1 p.m. stopped near Bart and Krista's residence about 1:45 to 2:06 p.m. and then traveled up north. You can see the tower that's highlighted there was utilized from 5:17 p.m. until 6:24 p.m. And then the device goes back to Bart and Krista's residence and starts utilizing data session towers down there from 9:52 to 10:50 p.m.
Understood. And if you could you just detail the time that Mr. Mitchell Halderson made calls to either Bart or Krista that day?
Yes. Started at 6:37 a.m., 12:15 p.m., 6:24 p.m.
And to just compare, just to go back, just to confirm, did Chandler Halderson on July 8th make any calls to his parents?
No.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Analyst Ripp, I want to ask a few questions about those maps we just saw. First of all, am I correct in understanding that those maps track a phone, not a person?
Correct.
So when the district attorney asks you a question like that map shows Mitchell in Verona, really the question is that map shows Mitchell's phone in Verona, correct?
Yes.
And the second thing I wanted to clarify about those maps, at various times during your testimony, you were asked, you don't know who was using the device after 5 p.m., and your answer was no. Do you recall that kind of question?
Yes.
Is it accurate to say you don't know who was using the device before 5 p.m., if that were the question, correct?
Yes.
You don't know who's using these devices?
Correct.
At any time?
Correct.
Now, going back in time to your testimony before the maps, I want to clarify.
I mean, obviously they're going to ask that. We know it, right? That's the best they can do. The poor defense. Janice is like, poor defense. Shame. I mean, it proves, okay, the phone was there. It doesn't prove that he was there. But unfortunately, if you put together all the evidence, yeah, people saw him there. Obviously, they know he was at the farm and all of that. Okay.
By the Google Records exhibit. Do you recall that exhibit?
I do.
And so that exhibit would show, for example, a search query such as Wisconsin dismembered body found. Do you recall that?
I do.
Did that exhibit then show if the results of that query were clicked on?
The only thing that would indicate that would be the follow-up article, as in the example of the state versus Capuzza.
So that could have come up as a result for that initial query, correct?
Correct.
That exhibit isn't saying that someone searched state versus Capuzza.
Correct.
And finally,
that actually did need to be clarified because, I mean, while it was happening, we were also wondering. And then Joy helped us along. Just like, wait a minute, he probably searched, body parts Wisconsin, and that came up, and then he clicked on it. So I'm glad they clarified that for the jury.
relating to the Google records again, I believe your testimony was that you obtained records from sometime before July 1st through July 8th. Do you recall saying that?
I recall being asked that.
And your answer was yes.
Yes.
How much in advance of July 1st did you get these records?
I believe that there were several search warrants that were done for the various Google accounts. And I do not remember the exact time frame for any one of those in particular.
But for some period before July 1st, you obtained these same types of records for Mr. Chandler Halderson's Google accounts.
Yes.
Where someone could have seen what types of things he searched, correct?
Correct.
Same as they did after July 1st, correct?
Correct. To clarify, the report that I had was for that entire duration. So on those days prior to those particular searches, there was no history of what had been searched other than in YouTube.
One moment. So it's your testimony that all the records you found for Google records before July 1st, the only search terms used were YouTube search terms?
I would have to double check in the original records to look prior to July 1st.
Do you have those records with you?
I do not.
Okay, thank you.
Can you redirect?
You were
I think what he searched after the double homicide was terrible enough. You know, they are asking, well, what did he search before? YouTube videos? Okay. But who knows? Who knows what else he had ever searched? I wonder if they did a really deep dive on that, probably, to see if it's premeditated or not, but maybe it wasn't, right? Okay.
specifically asked in this case to produce records and mapping regarding the time period in question. The first, which corresponded to the last time Bart Halderson and Krista Halderson were known to be alive, through the 8th, which is the time of arrest.
That is correct.
And just to clarify, we talked a little bit about there not being records for certain days. We talked about the July 1st, July 2nd, July 3rd, July 4th, July 5th, and July 6th. We talked there's only YouTube records.
Correct.
YouTube, while owned by Google, is a separate location if you want to erase that history.
Correct.
Okay. So one could go into their Google account, erase that history, and that would not erase your YouTube history.
Quite possibly.
Okay. And I think you testified earlier, you're not here to comment on whether those were deleted or whether they just didn't happen on those days.
Correct.
The time periods and things of that sort that were relevant, those are all information provided to you by the police and people involved in the investigation. That was areas or times that they wanted you to map on these records.
That is correct.
No further questions?
May this witness be excused and released.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I don't think you have any exhibits there?
No.
All right, thank you for your time. Let me see the attorneys up at the bench, please. Folks, this is going to be the point in time where we release you for the evening.
But we still have 3 minutes left because I want to show you what happened the next morning, and then we're going to pick up where they left off tomorrow, okay?
We've been through quite a bit today, and this has been a taxing session because we started, I think, at 2 o'clock with the testimony that just finished. So I appreciate your time and patience today. We've been in and out of here a little bit more than usual. We'll start tomorrow morning as usual. Get a good night's rest tonight, and certainly follow the admonition to not discuss the case or be exposed to any information purposely or inadvertently as we begin to get closer to the finish of our case. Do get rest, take care. It's supposed to be really cold, so maybe stay inside and huddle down and have a good quiet evening. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Thank you.
All right. Okay, now check this out.
Attorney Brown.
So they're back in the morning, okay? They came back. Everybody cozy back in the court. And
does the state wish to call a witness at this time?
No, at this time the state rests its case.
Thank you. Attorney Dorrell, is the defense presenting testimony at this time?
The defense rests as well.
damn. State rests, defense rests. Chandler's not even testifying. The end. So guess what? The state rested, then the defense rested. There was no defense witnesses, presented. Chandler didn't take the stand. So now, what will be next? We've got like 40 seconds left.
And ladies and gentlemen, the evidentiary portion of the trial is closed, and so should your notebooks. If you can close those up and set them on the floor. Once we have finished here in this room, those of you who are not in the end chosen as alternates can pick up the notebooks and take them with you to the deliberation room. Those of you who are chosen as alternates, when we go through that process, can leave them on the floor, and those will be collected and destroyed. This time I will invite the state to present its closing argument.
I like the way the judge got the paper say tick, tick. And now the state will present its closing argument. And guess what? That's what we're going to be watching tomorrow. So as you can see by the thumbnail, it's ready for you. Day 9 is ready. Okay, closing arguments, verdict, and sentencing. Now, obviously, the sentencing didn't happen on that day. In fact, it was closing arguments on that day. The jury deliberated for about 12 hours. 2 hours in total. But they actually came back the next morning. Yeah, they came back the next morning. And then they had their verdict. But we're going to watch all of that tomorrow. We'll watch the closing arguments. Then, okay, I've obviously bumped my camera. Hold on one second. Then we'll check out the verdict. And then he was sentenced in March of 2022. But we're going to watch that as well. So we'll hear the victim impact statements and we'll watch him get sentenced. And then handcuffed and all of that. Okay. So are you ready now to teleport? If you're brand new here, welcome. Thank you for being here. What we're going to do now is be redirected automatically by YouTube to the next stream, which is already set up for tomorrow, so that you can go there, like, share, and also hit notifications on so that you don't miss out, okay? So as I play the outro, I'll put the link in the chat in case you don't trust the automatic redirect, and that's okay. Then just click on it and go there so long. And be the first in chat and say hi, because I'm coming there too. But I'm going to wait to be teleported, okay? So here we go, everyone. Thank you so much for another day of trial time with me. And I will see you tomorrow for all of that, which is, it's going to be great. See you then. Bye.